so I'm not quite well versed with hockey. Yes. Yeah, the screen. Oh, hard place. The center's kind of that. Imagine the guy who stands in. I don't know if that's like. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with hockey. Yes. Yeah, the screen. Oh, hard place. The center's kind of that. Imagine the guy who stands in. I don't know if that's like. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with hockey. Yes. Yeah, the screen. Oh, hard place. The center's kind of that. Imagine the guy who stands in. I don't know if that's like. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with hockey. Yes. Yeah, the screen. Oh, hard place. The center's kind of that. Imagine the guy who stands in. I don't know if that's like. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with hockey. Yes. Yeah, the screen. Oh, hard place. The center's kind of that. Imagine the guy who stands in. I don't know if that's like. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with hockey. Yes. Yeah, the screen. Oh, hard place. The center's kind of that. Imagine the guy who stands in. I don't know if that's like. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with hockey. Yes. Yeah, the screen. Oh, hard place. The center's kind of that. Imagine the guy who stands in. I don't know if that's like. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with hockey. Yes. Yeah, the screen. Oh, hard place. The center's kind of that. Imagine the guy who stands in. I don't know if that's like. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with hockey. Yes. Yeah, the screen. Oh, hard place. The center's kind of that. Imagine the guy who stands in. I don't know if that's like. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with hockey. Yes. Yeah, the screen. Oh, hard place. The center's kind of that. Imagine the guy who stands in. I don't know if that's like. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with hockey. Yes. Yeah, the screen. Oh, hard place. The center's kind of that. Imagine the guy who stands in. I don't know if that's like. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with hockey. Yes. Yeah, the screen. Oh, hard place. The center's kind of that. Imagine the guy who stands in. I don't know if that's like. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with hockey. Yes. Yeah, the screen. Oh, hard place. The center's kind of that. Imagine the guy who stands in. I don't know if that's like. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with hockey. Yes. Yeah, the screen. Oh, hard place. The center's kind of that. Imagine the guy who stands in. I don't know if that's like. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with hockey. Yes. Yeah, the screen. Oh, hard place. The center's kind of that. Imagine the guy who stands in. I don't know if that's like. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with hockey. Yes. Yeah, the screen. Oh, hard place. The center's kind of that. Imagine the guy who stands in. I don't know if that's like. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with hockey. Yes. Yeah, the screen. Oh, hard place. The center's kind of that. Imagine the guy who stands in. I don't know if that's like. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with hockey. Yes. Yeah, the screen. Oh, hard place. The center's kind of that. Imagine the guy who stands in. I don't know if that's like. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with hockey. Yes. Yeah, the screen. Oh, hard place. The center's kind of that. Imagine the guy who stands in. I don't know if that's like. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with hockey. Yes. Yeah, the screen. Oh, hard place. The center's kind of that. Imagine the guy who stands in. I don't know if that's like. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with hockey. Yes. Yeah, the screen. Oh, hard place. The center's kind of that. Imagine the guy who stands in. I don't know if that's like. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with hockey. Yes. Yeah, the screen. Oh, hard place. The center's kind of that. Imagine the guy who stands in. I don't know if that's like. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with hockey. Yes. Yeah, the screen. Oh, hard place. The center's kind of that. Imagine the guy who stands in. I don't know if that's like. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with hockey. Yes. Yeah, the screen. Oh, hard place. The center's kind of that. Imagine the guy who stands in. I don't know if that's like. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with hockey. Yes. Yeah, the screen. Oh, hard place. The center's kind of that. Imagine the guy who stands in. I don't know if that's like. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with hockey. Yes. Yeah, the screen is so hard to place. The center's not too bad. And I actually how you stand it. That's like, I would say so. I'm not quite well versed as a yeah. Yeah, the screen is so hard to place. The center's not too bad. And I actually how you stand it. That's like, I would say so. I'm not quite well versed as a yeah. Yeah, the screen is so hard to place. The center's not too bad. And I actually how you stand it. That's like, I would say so. I'm not quite well versed as a yeah. Yeah, the screen is so hard to place. The center's not too bad. And I actually how you stand it. That's like, I would say so. I'm not quite well versed as a yeah. Yeah, the screen is so hard to place. The center's not too bad. And I actually how you stand it. That's like, I would say so. I'm not quite well versed as a yeah. Yeah, the screen is so hard to place. The center's not too bad. And I actually how you stand it. That's like, I would say so. I'm not quite well versed as a yeah. Yeah, the screen is so hard to place. The center's not too bad. And I actually how you stand it. That's like, I would say so. I'm not quite well versed as a yeah. Yeah, the screen is so hard to place. The center's not too bad. And I actually how you stand it. That's like, I would say so. I'm not quite well versed as a yeah. Yeah, the screen is so hard to place. The center's not too bad. And I actually how you stand it. That's like, I would say so. I'm not quite well versed as a yeah. Yeah, the screen is so hard to place. The center's not too bad. And I actually how you stand it. That's like, I would say so. I'm not quite well versed as a yeah. Yeah, the screen is so hard to place. The center's not too bad. And I actually how you stand it. That's like, I would say so. I'm not quite well versed as a yeah. Yeah, the screen is so hard to place. The center's not too bad. And I actually how you stand it. That's like, I would say so. I'm not quite well versed as a yeah. Yeah, the screen is so hard to place. The center's not too bad. And I actually how you stand it. That's like, I would say so. I'm not quite well versed as a yeah. Yeah, the screen is so hard to place. The center's not too bad. And I actually how you stand it. That's like, I would say so. I'm not quite well versed as a yeah. Yeah, the screen is so hard to place. The center's not too bad. And I actually how you stand it. That's like, I would say so. I'm not quite well versed as a yeah. Yeah, the screen is so hard to place. The center's not too bad. And I actually how you stand it. That's like, I would say so. I'm not quite well versed as a yeah. Yeah, the screen is so hard to place. The center's not too bad. And I actually how you stand it. That's like, I would say so. I'm not quite well versed as a yeah. Yeah, the screen is so hard to place. The center's not too bad. And I actually how you stand it. That's like, I would say so. I'm not quite well versed as a yeah. Yeah, the screen is so hard to place. The center's not too bad. And I actually how you stand it. That's like, I would say so. I'm not quite well versed as a yeah. Yeah, the screen is so hard to place. The center's not too bad. And I actually how you stand it. That's like, I would say so. I'm not quite well versed as a yeah. Yeah, the screen is so hard to place. The center's not too bad. And I actually how you stand it. That's like, I would say so. I'm not quite well versed as a yeah. Yeah, the screen is so hard to place. The center's not too bad. And I actually how you stand it. That's like, I would say so. I'm not quite well versed as a yeah. Yeah, the screen is so hard to place. The center's not too bad. And I actually how you stand it. That's I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rugby. Yeah. Yeah, that's where you take this whole hard place. Sometimes that, and actually having been, that's like, I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rugby. Yeah. Yeah, that's where you take this whole hard place. Sometimes that, and actually having been, that's like, I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rugby. Yeah. Yeah, that's where you take this whole hard place. Sometimes that, and actually having been, that's like, I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rugby. Yeah. Yeah, that's where you take this whole hard place. Sometimes that, and actually having been, that's like, I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rugby. Yeah. That's where you take this whole hard place. Sometimes that, and actually having been, that's like, I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rugby. Yeah. That's where you take this whole hard place. Sometimes that, and actually having been, that's like, I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rugby. Yeah. That's where you take this whole hard place. Sometimes that, and actually having been, that's like, I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rugby. Yeah. That's where you take this whole hard place. Sometimes that, and actually having been, that's like, I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rugby. Yeah. That's where you take this whole hard place. Sometimes that, and actually having been, that's like, I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rugby. Yeah. That's where you take this whole hard place. Sometimes that, and actually having been, that's like, I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rugby. Yeah. That's where you take this whole hard place. Sometimes that, and actually having been, that's like, I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rugby. Yeah. That's where you take this whole hard place. Sometimes that, and actually having been, that's like, I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rugby. Yeah. That's where you take this whole hard place. Sometimes that, and actually having been, that's like, I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rugby. Yeah. That's where you take this whole hard place. Sometimes that, and actually having been, that's like, I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rugby. Yeah. That's where you take this whole hard place. Sometimes that, and actually having been, that's like, I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rugby. Yeah. That's where you take this whole hard place. Sometimes that, and actually having been, that's like, I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rugby. Yeah. That's where you take this whole hard place. Sometimes that, and actually having been, that's like, I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rugby. Yeah. That's where you take this whole hard place. Sometimes that, and actually having been, that's like, I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rugby. Yeah. That's where you take this whole hard place. Sometimes that, and actually having been, that's like, I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rugby. Yeah. That's where you take this whole hard place. Sometimes that, and actually having been, that's like, I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rugby. Yeah. That's where you take this whole hard place. Sometimes that, and actually having been, that's like, I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rugby. Yeah. That's where you take this whole hard place. Sometimes that, and actually having been, that's like, I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rugby. Yeah. That's like, I would say so. I'm not quite well versed versus the run. Yeah. The sun is hot and that, and I got I would say so. I runs quite well versus the run. Yeah. The sun is hot and that, and I got I would say so. I runs quite well versus the run. Yeah. The sun is hot and that, and I got I would say so. I runs quite well versus the run. Yeah. The sun is hot and that, and I got I would say so. I runs quite well versus the run. Yeah. The sun is hot and that, and I got I would say so. I runs quite well versus the run. Yeah. The sun is hot and that, and I got I would say so. I runs quite well versus the run. Yeah. The sun is hot and that, and I got I would say so. I runs quite well versus the run. Yeah. The sun is hot and that, and I got I would say so. I runs quite well versus the run. Yeah. The sun is hot and that, and I got I would say so. I runs quite well versus the run. Yeah. The sun is hot and that, and I got I would say so. I runs quite well versus the run. Yeah. The sun is hot and that, and I got I would say so. I runs quite well versus the run. Yeah. The sun is hot and that, and I got I would say so. I runs quite well versus the run. Yeah. The sun is hot and that, and I got I would say so. I runs quite well versus the run. Yeah. The sun is hot and that, and I got I would say so. I runs quite well versus the run. Yeah. The sun is hot and that, and I got I would say so. I runs quite well versus the run. Yeah. The sun is hot and that, and I got I would say so. I runs quite well versus the run. Yeah. The sun is hot and that, and I got I would say so. I runs quite well versus the run. Yeah. The sun is hot and that, and I got I would say so. I runs quite well versus the run. Yeah. The sun is hot and that, and I got I would say so. I runs quite well versus the run. Yeah. The sun is hot and that, and I got I would say so. I runs quite well versus the run. Yeah. The sun is hot and that, and I got I would say so. I runs quite well versus the run. Yeah. The sun is hot and that, and I got I would say so. I runs quite well versus the run. Yeah. The sun is hot and that, and I got so I'm not quite well versed with the rocky. Yeah. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rocky. Yeah. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rocky. Yeah. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rocky. Yeah. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rocky. Yeah. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rocky. Yeah. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rocky. Yeah. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rocky. Yeah. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rocky. Yeah. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rocky. Yeah. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rocky. Yeah. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rocky. Yeah. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rocky. Yeah. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rocky. Yeah. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rocky. Yeah. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rocky. Yeah. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rocky. Yeah. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rocky. Yeah. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rocky. Yeah. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rocky. Yeah. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rocky. Yeah. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rocky. Yeah. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rock. so I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. So I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. So I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. So I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. So I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. So I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. So I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. So I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. So I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. So I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. So I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. So I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. So I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. So I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. So I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. So I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. So I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. So I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. So I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. So I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. So I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. So I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. I would say so. I'm not quite well versed with the rock. quite well versed with the quite well versed with the quite well versed with 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 so I'm not quite well versed with the yeah. So I'm not quite well versed with the so I'm not quite well versed with 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 the market. Yeah. So I'm not quite well versed with the market. So I'm not quite well versed with the market. So I'm not quite well versed with the market. So I'm not quite well versed with the market. So I'm not quite well versed with the market. So I'm not quite well versed with the market. So I'm not quite well versed with the market. So I'm not quite well versed with the market. So I'm not quite well versed with the market. So I'm not quite well versed with the market. So I'm not quite well versed with the market. So I'm not quite well versed with the market. So I'm not quite well versed with the market. So I'm not quite well versed with the market. So I'm not quite well versed with the market. So I'm not quite well versed with the market. So I'm not quite well versed with the market. So I'm not quite well versed with the market. So I'm not quite well versed with the market. So I'm not quite well versed with the market. So I'm not quite well versed with the market. So I'm not quite well versed with the market. quite well versed with quite well versed with so I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. So I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. So I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. So I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. So I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. So I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. So I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. So I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. So I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. So I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. So I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. So I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. So I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. So I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. So I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. So I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. So I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. So I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. So I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. So I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. So I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. So I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. So I'm not quite well versed with the rock. Yeah. So So I'm not quite well versed with the yeah. So I'm not quite well versed with the so I'm not quite well versed with 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 so I'm not quite well versed with
So I'm trying to play
someone quite well versed with rock music. Yeah. 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 Someone quite well versed with rock music. Yeah.
Quite well, man.
I'm not quite well versed with the music yet.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to play a little bit. So I'm trying to play a little bit. So I'm trying to play a little So I'm trying to play a little bit. 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 so I'm not quite well versed with So I'm not quite well versed with rock music yet. So I'm not quite well versed with rock music yet. So I'm not quite well versed with rock music yet. So I'm not quite well versed with rock music yet. So I'm not quite well versed with rock music yet. So I'm not quite well versed with rock music yet. So I'm not quite well versed with rock music yet. So I'm not quite well versed with rock music yet. So I'm not quite well versed with rock music yet. So I'm not quite well versed with rock music yet. So I'm not quite well versed with rock music yet. So I'm not quite well versed with rock music yet. So I'm not quite well versed with rock music yet. quite well versed with something.
Okay.
There's something.
Aha!
Hey, there we go. Yeah, I'll put this right here. Switch backwards, maybe? Okay. That's a good sign. All right, I think we're back, everybody.
24-10. Jeff and the Joshes, Walenga and Hederick, will rejoin us, and Hederick will be smiling when he rejoins.
Yep, we are getting the audio feed. It looks good. Hopefully we don't have the back stuff.
16-11. Apologies for the technical difficulty there. Cal Heat with now a 17-11 lead. And Walenga, we're to that point where Cal Heat can look to get comfy.
Yep, they can. I don't want to say that they should slow down.
No, not by any means.
Nope. But what you want to do is be more precise with passes, set up plays, and make Milwaukee make the mistakes instead of you. Like, for instance, the turnover there, not ready for the ball. I know the ball was slippery in our game, and I know that both teams were not very happy about that. But we got a new ball in here, so I think it was just not the best pass there. But we'll see if Cal Heat can come back in and do some good work with their offense.
Speaking of Cal Heat, we are alive. It is working, and Cal Heat is alive with offensive possession. Short side shot, stayed out.
Oh, beautiful knockback, jumping into the crease to get the ball on offense still. That was a heads-up play there.
Quick shot, blocked. Cal Heat with possession and a goal. 18-11 Cal Heat, 22-40 left to play in the game.
Yeah, that was a hard-fought point to get, but they needed it. They need to keep this league going if they want to keep winning. I mean, that's how sports work, but like they still need to keep that pressure up and going. So.
Foul there for Cal Heat, and Milwaukee will maintain possession with a...
Looks like just a 9-meter. That's good for Cal Heat. We don't want any more 7s.
Milwaukee with possession off the 9-meter, 22 minutes to play, 18-11. Milwaukee needing a goal. Short side, foul, No whistle.
No foul. That was a very good defensive play by the wing. He just covered himself up and stood there, and the wing ran into him. So not much you can do as an offensive player. The defense just played that well.
21-40 left to go in the second half. Glad we were finally able to work out that kink, and it didn't want to work itself out. However, Cal Heat with possession, and usually 1 into 2 doesn't go, as Asphalt just found out. 21-12 left to play in the second half. The cable issue has been fixed, and Milwaukee with the ball needing to fix this 7-goal deficit that they have. I know you saw what I did there.
Yep, Jeff just snapped his fingers and it worked.
Poof.
Man of a technical genius there.
Jack of all dish of all trades, master of none.
There you go.
Milwaukee keeping the offensive play alive with that shot that goes out of play. And a long shot from just outside the crease. Bear hug, holding play, 20.5. But Dish and the two Joshes finally with you smoothly from Kennedy Activity Center. And a whistle goes there. Momentum kind of being the name of the game these last couple of minutes, and I'll let either one of you respond to that.
Ooh,
nice save.
That was a very good save.
Say that again, Dish?
Oh, that was out.
Momentum kind of stalling.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, again, Milwaukee, not much of a bench. I'm sure they're getting tired. I mean, they played a really, really tough game. They gave it their all in the last game, and they're really wanting to step up with Cal Heat. This game, they could be getting tired. But again, I just got back to watching this action right now. Maybe Cal Heat is just figuring out something that they didn't in the first half, and maybe that's why it's 18-11 right now.
There was a couple key turnovers from Milwaukee on offense that kind of brought them down, and Cali's been hanging on to the ball. I'd say they've had most of the possession of this game.
I would agree, as that shot goes far down.
I mean, you can't get better handball than that.
No.
Fantastic job by Cal Heat with the circle run, crossing, letting the center back cross over, and plant shot. You couldn't have placed it better. Honestly, I say no goalie in the world is going to stop that.
Nope. Very small chance. I'd say less than 10%, and even that's being generous.
Ball tipped, I believe, allowing Cal Heat to get possession here. Question mark?
Are they talking?
No, a referee calls a 2-minute for high defense above the shoulders toward the neck.
Okay.
Did not see that, but I will say I was not paying attention to that side of the court. I was looking at Michael scoring another goal.
And I'm looking at the ball. I didn't see that off the ball foul. But that's why the refs are down there. That's why we're up here.
Exactly.
With the high calls, as the game goes on, you get more fatigued. And you kind of just let your body go down more. So those calls might be more prevalent. Good shot.
5-hole shot there. Goaltender to goaltender, disher to Willinga. I'm not happy with that if I'm the goalkeeper.
Yep.
As that one goes up high.
Yep, one of our teammates gets me a couple times of practice, and I finally figure it out, and then he changes it. So
true.
It's so frustrating. But if you know they're going to shoot there, though, you can actually bait them sometimes. You don't want to do it all the time, but you can bait with your legs open and your leg up, and you just close it. A good shooter will not take that shot because they'll know what you're doing, but then a younger novice shooter will take that, and then it's a free save.
Another chapter in our new to handball series that we're working on all day today.
Nice shot by 11. Great center back.
Mr. Hederick. And we're bringing new people into the game with a tournament like this. At the Fall Classic is a shot there saved by the goalkeeper for Cal Heat. And during the game prior to this one, Willinga and I were sort of talking about Minnesota team handball's journey to where they are, or to where the team is now, from COVID to now. Expand on that point potentially?
Well, you know, when something like a pandemic and COVID happens, a lot of times, especially a sport that's not very popular, great shot by the center back.
Goal there.
I gotta say really quick, this center back, he is really finding those holes. He's shifty. He's going past like two defenders and finding a hole. He's really keeping Milwaukee on edge. I think their legs are tired, and way to find that weakness right there.
That's Mikio Tada, by the way.
So going back to kind of the journey, we weren't able to practice during a lot of 2020. We got to the summer, we were able to be outside, safe distance, kind of just doing more drills and workouts. And then when we were able to last fall, actually able to get back inside and train again, still kept, obviously the safe distance. We were wearing masks, and essentially we just started building. We started getting more people coming out. And then it wasn't until the beginning of 2021. Should be a 7. Yeah, should be a 2.
Yep.
And
maybe a 7.
Maybe a 7.
I think so. Even if he scores the goal, you still get the 7, right?
Yeah. But I think it was called before the goal went in.
Okay.
Yep. And then I will say, throughout that winter, we just played, we practiced, we stayed safe, and we gained a lot of momentum. And then the Olympics happened, and we got a lot of players and a lot of good players that have never played handball. And now we're just basically going through the process of getting them experience, getting them playtime, them knowing the sport a little more. And, it's looking really good. If we could have had more teams here and had 2 Minnesota teams, we could have had 2 Minnesota teams. That's something we haven't been able to say in a long time. So definitely getting the numbers, and we are definitely happy about what the future looks like for Minnesota team handball. But like every team, there's a process, and we're going through it right now. But I'll say everybody's having fun and enjoying their time in the club right now.
It is awesome to work to call a tournament like this. 23-13, by the way, to Cal Heat. third quarter of the game, if you will, about to expire, as Milwaukee drew a foul, or Cal Heat drew a foul, and it goes the other way. 23-13 our score. Jeff Disher, Josh Hedrick, and Josh Wallinga upstairs at the Kennedy Activity Center. And we'll have Go Army Beat Navy coming up as West Point debuts. And we'll have it audio gremlin free is the hope.
Sounds like it, yeah. Hopefully, obviously, Josh and I will. Nice goal there.
Great goal, 24-13.
We'll obviously be getting warmed up because we'll be the game after.
This is true.
But my goal is to talk to either Cal Heat or Milwaukee. I know this is Milwaukee's last game of today. If somebody wants to. I will say this much, Jeff. If I can get number 23, Michael King, to do some commentary. There is a video out there. You can see it on YouTube, especially on our YouTube. It is a game back in the 2019 Nationals. It was a fifth-place game in the Open Division. It was us versus Carolina Blue. It's a North Carolina alumni team. Team Handball has a really prestigious program, club for team handball at North Carolina. So we were playing their alumni team.
Mm-hmm.
Michael King and one of his teammates for LA during that tournament were doing commentary, and it was comedic gold. 7 meter right there. So I'm going to see if Michael possibly will be able to, because if you do, it'll be the time of your life.
Good to know. We'll hopefully make that happen. And we definitely have the equipment to add more than just Michael King, as the two of you are well-versed and aware. 13:35 to go, as it is now 24-14 in favor of Cal Heat.
Yeah, they've just been running away with this game. They had a key 3 or 4 goal run, and that kind of wore Milwaukee down, and then a couple turnovers just kind of slowed it for Milwaukee. I mean, they're still playing a good defense. It's just Cal Heat's moving the ball. Crisp passes, crisp movements. Look how much space that they have.
Exactly. And you would want to play more man-to-man instead of zone, like you and I talked about earlier. Quick shot, goal. 25-14 now, as 12:50 remains in the game.
I really do believe that Milwaukee is starting to lose a little bit of that energy. Their legs might be getting a little heavier. But great shot by Mike right there. I feel like there are some players that, are trying to keep them in the game. But like you said, Josh, turnovers have maybe been the biggest factor in the second half and why the score is the way it is.
Mm-hmm. Far side, Cal Heat with possession. Great fake, quick shot, but
probably a 2 minute and a 7.
I agree. A 7 meter throw here for Cal Heat.
One thing about handball, just like that, is if the guy gets past you and you play from the side or you play from behind and you grapple onto him, it's going to be a 2 minute, 7 meter every single time. What that guy should have done is just get his body on him, but have the arms be away, have him kind of take a sharper angle, a tough angle to go in for that shot. And if he makes it, he makes it. If he doesn't, he doesn't. But, sometimes getting a 2 minute and a 7 is not the way you want to go with it. But, I think number 22 is a young player, too. He'll definitely learn from that.
7 meter throw converted there for Cal Heat to go up 11.
Great steal.
And they could go up 12 on the fast break here. 2-on-0. Quick shot. Called it. And the goal will go to Rafael Reynaud. 27. It's actually a 12-goal lead now, as Cal Heat looking to run and hide.
Yep. They just gotta keep playing the game they've been playing this entire time, and just let Milwaukee make their mistakes. Milwaukee had a great first half. They kept up with them. They were only down by 4 or 5 at the half, which is not bad, especially for how strong Cal Heat is. But then,
turnover again.
Yep. But as you get tired, you get fatigued. Your muscles don't work. Your brain doesn't quite work, and then you get stuff like this.
Nice
but
save.
good save.
With a little help from my friend the Post. By the way, Ethan Pamia, we figured things out, and we're glad you're enjoying crisp, clean sound.
Yep.
We appreciate you. We appreciate all of you tuning in today, and tune in for elimination games tomorrow morning as well. I believe that starts just after 8 o'clock.
8, 9 o'clock maybe, something like that. Yep, it's in the morning.
So up and early with us, Milwaukee fouled before the shot opportunity could occur. 10:40 time, not on the side of Milwaukee.
Yep, 12 goals in 10 minutes, and that's assuming you have a big old goose egg for those 10 minutes on Cal Heat.
Whistle goes.
Okay, so
Explain
goalie was not happy with something. He was chatting. He got a little fired up. And again, the referee, if he does not like the language that somebody is giving them and they need a timeout, he will give a 2-minute. The referees do have that distinction of, hey, if you're barking back at me and it is, again, sometimes I won't always get the call, but if you take it too far and you take it too long, sometimes the referee is just going to be like, you know what, you need a 2-minute because this has gone too far. You need to know that you need to just calm down and stop it. And that's exactly what he did.
And usually the men in yellow or women in yellow, in this case, you usually will not win that argument.
Sometimes the ref, I will say that these have been very level-headed refs. Especially in our game, there was a lot of talking. Last game, a lot of talking. They have actually, I've been very, very impressed because, everybody has subjective opinions, and as a ref, reffing is one of the hardest things you can do in
Any
sports.
sport, too. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So the fact that he even gave that now instead of earlier, that shows a lot of calm from them.
Patience, maybe, as well. Brought up by Milwaukee. Quick shot. Does not materialize. Will stay here.
Yeah,
10-15 to go in the game.
He's getting tired. He would have whipped that shot earlier in the game, but yeah, it's starting to get on him.
Short side shot from Milwaukee goes in, but the Mountain is mighty. 11 goals, 10 minutes to go. Actually, they'll take the goal away.
They'll take the goal away. Number 19, Mox, stepped on the line, unfortunately. That was a great shot by him.
Mm-hmm.
Very unfortunate that he wasn't able to keep the feet in. That just happens sometimes. Sometimes, especially when you have pressure from the wing defender, sometimes you just step on the line. Nothing you can do about it.
Whistle, timeout.
Cal Heat.
9:40 to go in the game. We'll reset for you, even though a reset, or you know what's going on. 27-15 Cal Heat. And 9:40 to go in the game. We'll have West Point coming. And I believe they'll take on it would be
Chicago, right?
Chicago.
Yeah.
Fargo Moorhead plays in the
last game of the
night
evening.
game, which the two of you are more than welcome for, by the way. And I'll have all 6, 3 of which will be clean, or 4 of which will be clean.
Yep.
We kid because we care. But Kennedy Activity Center, near Black Dog Lake, near the Minnesota River.
Again, many, many thanks to the Kennedy facility staff allowing us to practice here and allow us to have this tournament, put the lines up. It's taped, but still someone has to put it up, and just giving us the permission to do it and help grow this sport, especially in the U.S.
Yep, I will say one thing that I can confirm is that in the near future, whether that's 2, 5, 10 years down the road, KAC has said that they do want to put down handball lines. They do want to grow the sport. They want it to be a lot easier for us as a club, especially at this facility. Nice goal there. So for right now, they're cool with the tape, and you know what? It's action like this.
Ooh,
nice,
good loft.
So goal in the ensuing possession.
I can definitely confirm that this is definitely going to be the home for Minnesota team handball in the near future.
And do you see handball growing in the state of Minnesota, and not to mention the rest of the U.S. too?
Hope so. Again, it's the goal, but it takes more than just one person. I think that's the biggest thing, is we just got to make sure that we have enough people that are committed to helping grow the sport. You get enough interest, you get enough people that are interested, it'll happen.
Milwaukee showing intrigue late, and the next game up we'll see West Point make their debut, go Army, beat Navy, I suppose, against Chicago, and then Team Minnesota will take on Cal Heat with West Point and Fargo Moorhead to wrap up the night.
Yep. Yeah, pretty competitive games coming up. Again, West Point. I know head coach Craig was telling me that young team, a lot of them haven't played. Nice shot by Michael. Haven't played handball in a real game. Just been practicing. So we'll see how the young team of West Point does. Guarantee there are going to be a lot of shots and there's going to be a lot of running. Guarantee it.
Up and down the floor we go.
You might get a little vertigo because they like to run their teams. Let us tell you.
Yeah, exactly.
Even 2 years ago when we played them, we were running back and forth and we were just dead and they were like, nothing happened.
Well, if I recall correctly, I'll have to rack my brain here, I believe it was the European final in 2020 went 35-31. I want to say Denmark over Netherlands is where I'm going. So I'm prepared for 68 goals if I need to be as that shot goes up over the crossbar. Cal Heat with possession, quick shot, kicked away, and out of play.
Looks like it was tipped by Milwaukee, so it'll be another corner throw. Or is it a 9? Nope, it's a corner.
Corner throw.
Cal Heat with possession over on the far side. 6:45 to go in the game.
Yep, trickles
Shot
in
and a
there.
goal. And the
looks like the goal was nullified, stepped on the line. They just let it play on because the goalie had it and was able to pass it to his teammates.
6:20 to go in the second half, and Walenga, I'll bet you didn't know that the bronze medal match in handball
I know what it is.
from August of this year went to Spain 33-31.
And they beat Egypt.
Oh, wow.
Got Egypt.
Host city. Host country.
Host country.
Hey, I will say, Egypt, they almost made it to the championship round. They played a tough game against Denmark. So Egypt is definitely one of those teams that is improving. But that was a great World Cup. That was a great World Cup this year.
I'm thinking Olympics because had France had Egypt in the Olympic semifinal that they won 27-23. Denmark drew Spain, won by the same score. France beat Denmark 25-23 with the Spain-Egypt third place game. As a save made there, whistle goes. 7-meter throw, it looks like.
Yeah, if you want to get good at handball, go to France. Let's go to France,
No
go
doubt.
to Denmark.
Our goalie, Tristan.
Yep.
Where's he from?
France.
Spain, just to mop up the Olympics, Spain beat Egypt in the bronze medal match 33-31.
Nice.
Great
Really?
save there.
Milwaukee really needed that goal.
Yep.
Or a great goal there, I should say.
Bounced off the bottom
Bounce off the
crossbar
bottom
again.
crossbar. Yeah.
I think we're at $20 now. I was joking earlier. Every time crossbar, I get a buck.
He's got a buck per post and it's like $2 $2 for the crossbar.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Apparently.
Buy myself some dinner after this.
4:40 to go. You've got a game. You both have a game before that.
Yep.
But
ooh, it's open.
Milwaukee with a great shot there and a goal.
Good look, too. Very good look. And a 2 minutes.
And a 2. Now,
Even the crowd's like, I don't know what happened there.
I think what basically happened is while the right wing was going in for the shot, the referee is saying that he extended his leg to try and cut off the angle.
Yep.
You can't do that. You got to actually have your body straight up to cut off that angle. Putting your foot out sometimes can cause injury, someone to trip, twist an ankle. So referees are going to catch onto that and be like, hey, can't do that because you attempted to try and do it. We'll give you a 2 minute for a penalty. A little too late in the game to do a yellow card.
Yeah.
Milwaukee advancing. Bear Hug stops play. The gold medal match at the 2020 European Championship ended up being 22-20 Spain against Croatia.
I remember that one. I remember watching a little bit of that one.
And in the semifinal, Croatia had to go to extra time against Norway 29-28.
This may be the women's.
That's the men's handball.
Good save by the
keeper
there.
Great save. I've got your back.
Yeah.
3:20 left to go in the game. 30-21 favoring Cal Heat. Now 30-22.
3 minutes left, 8 goals. I mean, it's doable, but it's going to be tough for them.
Risky, I would say.
I mean, they're on a 2 maybe 3-point swing right now. Timeout.
Timeout called with 3:07 to go. And to continue that history lesson, if I can go back, and I'm going into, I'm going to see if I can get into the, they just knock out semifinal final. I want to say one of the group stage matches went in that 2020 European championship, went like 35, something like 35, 34, 35, 33, something in that neighborhood. So I wouldn't be surprised if we end up seeing 60 plus goals in that West Point game coming up.
I would say over-under will be high.
Yep. Yeah, I personally come from a lacrosse background, so these high scores are like even higher for me, and those games would be 18, 19, 20 goals on one team. But
3:07 to go. We'll reset for you. Dish and the two Joshes, 30-22 in favor of Cal Heat, who were up double digits earlier in this quarter of the half.
Milwaukee playing an aggressive 5-1. Michael King is way up there. He's making sure that nobody gets really comfortable in with their interesting strategy. But again, with the score being 30-22, it's actually not bad, especially with 2:42 left.
But the clock is Milwaukee's enemy.
It is. But this is a chance to get a turnover. But again, that's the thing is when that happens, the line has to step up and make sure that someone doesn't get a goal. It's going to be really tough.
31-22 our score. Now 31-23 as a rocket comes in from deep.
That one was past 12 meters. That was almost half court. He took 3 steps and launched it.
2:25 to play in the second half of play.
Cal Heat's just got to wind it down. Don't do anything dumb. Just play your game how you've been playing it, and I think they got it.
And I would think Milwaukee doesn't have the bench that Cal Heat does, as we'll see. Good save. But Milwaukee's legs, to Hedrick's point earlier, just looking tired, for lack of a better word, as a Bear Hug halts play with $1:40 to go.
Yep, Cal Heat, this is their first game, Milwaukee's second game. And it showed right away at the beginning. But, hey, that's handball, that's tournaments. You're going to be running all the time.
And Cal Heat playing Minnesota later, a game the two of you will be a part of. Quick shot and a goal.
Nice goal by Mox. Very nice goal by Mox.
Those ones are always weird. Do you use your head, or do you lift your shoulder up, or do you just walk in front of it? I don't know.
Using the head would have you questioning some brain cells.
I've had many questioned brain cells in my handball career.
I didn't intend to set him up. 1 minute to go. 31-24, Cal Heat.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you play goalie in handball, you're a different kind of breed.
Oh, goodness.
Nice steal.
Cal Heat with the steal on the outlet. And that ball too hard to track down, it doesn't really cost Milwaukee much.
I get it. I get it that you want to go. But at this point, just hold on to the ball.
Yep.
Let the time wind down.
Yep. And you'll maybe you'll get through to tomorrow because you're guaranteed 3 games, I believe is how
Yep.
it breaks down.
Yep.
Guaranteed 3 games, so
Good
you'll be playing
save.
tomorrow regardless. Good save there. So I would more so venture as we are in the last 10 seconds, rest.
Yep.
Yep. Yeah, it looks like Cal Heat has a small bench too, only 2 subs.
But that's going to do it. 31-24 is how it ends up. Cal Heat over Milwaukee. Milwaukee also going 1-1 on the day as they beat Minnesota early this morning when Gremlins were present. Final thoughts, gentlemen.
I'll tell you this much. Cal Heat looking really poised, really gelled well together. Yeah, they may have a short bench, but their players are playing really, really hard and really sound. So great job by them. Milwaukee stayed in it. I mean, especially they're kind of in the same boat as well. The turnovers were really the big thing that cost Milwaukee today.
Yep.
Malenga, final thought.
Always good to see Cal Heat. Always good to see Milwaukee. Milwaukee's tired. I mean, we've said it. We'll keep beating it to death. But the fact that they came out here and still, I mean, even kept it within 7. That's pretty good. And with Cal Heat being rested, I mean, they just look like they came in. They knew what they were gonna do. Just sit there, pass the ball, execute their plays. Like, I mean, those passes were crisp. Like you see them throw it, and they knew the ball was going to go where they want it to. And if they keep doing that, I don't want to call favorites, but I mean they look like a favorite if they're going to keep playing like that.
Absolutely.
Well, let's take a timeout before West Point takes the floor. We'll see if we can't get Michael King to join yours truly.
I'm going to try and talk to him.
And we'll see you guys for the finale tonight.
Sounds good.
How about
Sounds good.
All right. We'll pause, take a timeout. West Point, rather. Coming up, or West Point, excuse me, coming up. West Point and Chicago Inter set to take to the floor. West Point making their Fall Classic debut. Jeff Disher high atop the Kennedy Activity Center, set to bring you game 4 of the day. And we are underway, half number 1. West Point draws first possession. And that's Luke Windish and company out in the black with the camo numerals. Sheffield with this. His shot off the iron and stays out. As a save made there. Giving Chicago the ball and their first offensive possession. Over far side, ball bounces, foul called as a Chicago Inter player goes head first into the floor. I believe that was Vyacheslav Ostapchuk. And he draws a 7-meter throw. Save made there. And West Point with possession. We'll introduce the guest here in a moment as that shot kicks in. Michael King, correct?
Yes, sir.
Michael King, Jeff Disher, high atop. You just had yourself a game, young man.
Well, we were hoping it was going to stay a game for a little longer than it did. But, yeah, we tried to pretend that it was closer than it was there in the last 5 minutes. But really well-oiled machine there at Cal Heat 2. They clearly have their plays. They have their plays down, and we were just tactically outmatched.
Michael King from Milwaukee, who were just, as that goal goes in, just soundly trounced, I'll say, loosely by Cal Heat. Joining us for this one between West Point and Chicago Inter, that is 2-1. And I'll help you with the rosters as we go along here. 2-1 in favor of Chicago Heat. Or, excuse me, Chicago Inter. I've got Cal Heat in my head here. Chicago with the ball. 27:30 to go in the game's opening half. Quick shot deflected. And West Point on the ricochet. Quick shot from Luke Windish goes in. And it's 3-1, 27 minutes and some change left to play in the game's first half. Now, I heard a story. I don't know if you can confirm, but I've heard epic national commentary apparently from you a couple years back.
I mean, it's too hard to remember now. How long's it been since we got out and had to do a little handball? But I try not to set the bar too high.
26 3/4 minutes. Bear hug halts play. Jeff Disher, Michael King with you. Glad you're hanging with us on YouTube. Elimination games tomorrow as that shot goes high. Those start earlier in the morning. So wake up, little handball with us here in Bloomington as West Point handles possession. Just out of the reach of Windish. And that shot bounces off the iron. How important is defense in the early going like this, Michael?
Well, especially Army wants to get out and run, and so being patient defensively and getting a good stop so that you can, because off goals, it's a lot tougher to run. Chicago, obviously significantly older than a bunch of college kids who are also cadets in great shape.
Great shot up over the crossbar there.
So defense is really critical to everything that they're doing. And then for Chicago, by the same token, is that if they're going to run on you, it's really important to get back and get settled defense stops because they are going to have those fast break goals. So if you're getting beat in half court and getting beat in fast break, well, you're getting beat a lot. And So let's be hopeful that everybody can get back and play some physical defense here.
West Point with possession as this one comes over to Colin Gray. Gray dropped it off near side, and it goes to Sheffield. Sheffield crosses court. Gray dropped it off.
Oh, and he just
shot and a goal.
Advantageous on the gap there. Gray defender thinking the ball was just going to keep swinging, gets caught off guard, and a shot right down the hole between the 2 and 3 with no block. Great finish and good recognition there by the swinging wing.
As a former goaltender, 5-hole, worst enemy. Absolutely worst enemy.
Absolutely. No, it's they're always going around you. If they're going through you too, it's a bad day.
Yes. Under 25 minutes to play. First half of play, 4-1 our score to West Point. Quick shot, up high, and out of play.
Oh, and that's a bad call there. The goalie got a touch on it. That should be Chicago's ball, but Kevin Grzinski there with a hammer. And for those of you watching at home, as you saw, he kept fading sideways. If he gets his shoulders turned up court there, he's able to really pull the string and command the entire net.
And a great shot off the side of the cage there for West Point with 24 and some change left in the bank. Up court come Chicago. Quick shot and a goal. 5-hole, I believe that went. And West Point quickly on the break.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
those are the sorts of easy goals that are going to be critical for Inter, as you just saw in the last game. These teams that have already played a game, playing against the teams that are coming in fresh. You can get boat raced pretty early, and Chicago's just trying to keep touch here so they can settle into their game and get the legs loose all over again after, these. When you got a lot of 30-year-olds on the team, it's a little tough. That 2-hour break takes on a whole different meaning.
Josh Walenga and Josh Hedrick was a goal scored there for West Point. Did utter the warning that West Point likes to go up and down the floor. So we'll monitor that. 5-2 our score as Chicago Inter handles this. It'll come back over near Ostapchuk. Near wing, goes into the corner, ball out of play. You're going to want to watch those blue lines for those at home. Maybe new to the sport, you'll want to watch those blue tape lines as the boundary for balls out of play, etc., and so forth. We'll do our best to try and keep you appraised as that throw in here for Chicago Inter has play resume. Over to the far side, Chicago Inter handles, and the quarterback on the play is 30 if we'll use the pivot like a quarterback in a hockey power play. Quick shot, near side goes in, and it's 5-3.
Now, Mr. Disher, were you a hockey goalie? Is that what you're referring to?
Correct.
Okay, so you saw a little bit of hockey goalie. Oh, big save there.
Speaking of hockey goalie.
That's absolutely. Big split save there by Jalabert. No call and a lot of contact. And Chicago will run.
And up and down we go. Game of Pong that Atari would appreciate. Quick shot.
Another big save.
Great save made. And a goalkeeper earlier, Strom, and I don't recall off the top of my head without looking which team he played for, but Strom, a goalkeeper on this end of the floor in their game earlier, was making saves that he absolutely did not need to make.
Yeah, I believe that was Fargo in the previous match with Chicago. He was absolutely keeping him in that game. Chicago was generating a lot of quality shots and still couldn't create separation in the game.
And they're not the quality A or the grade A quality not there for Chicago here in the early going, but the score is 5-3.
Yeah, they're done so far done a pretty decent job of neutralizing the break armory, as much as we say after that last back and forth ping-ponging up and down. But as you watch, the mistake that Chicago's making right now is if you watch the pivot getting up off that solid line, the 6-meter line, because he's not staying down behind the Army defense, their defenders are able to get up court and challenge shooters more easily. He's not buying his shooters an extra 2 feet of space. He's giving Army defenders the option to go over or under when they're trying to recover side to side. And he really needs to get that seal down to help try and neutralize their aggressive, fast-moving defense.
Sheffield handles this for West Point. Over on the far side of the court, drawn over towards Windish, and the whistle goes. 21 minutes to go in the game. Jeff Disher, Michael King with you high atop Kennedy Activity Center near Black Dog Lake. If you're a Led Zeppelin fan, you'll appreciate why that name is named Black Dog.
think you're aging the telecast at the moment.
Just goes to show you how I was brought up musically. 5-3 our score to reset things. 20-40 to go first half. West Point with the ball. We're also located near the Minnesota River and one other lake that I can't think of at this point in time. However, West Point with the ball. Quick shot up over the cage, and Chicago Inter should have the ball. No, they don't. Foul before the shot, apparently, and West Point will maintain control. Far side, quick shot up high, headhunting was that shot, and West Point goes up 6-3.
As you can see there, positionally is only half the battle. Chicago stayed well with those different crosses and all the sweeping motion of Army, but doesn't do enough to be in front of the guy. Hands stay down, and the goalie's fishing it out of the back of the net. 6-3 Army.
Under 20 minutes to play in the first half of play. Might get a stoppage so that I can ask you a quick question about your playing experience during the pandemic. Quick shot and a goal for Army, or for West Point, Army, 7-3. Yours and your team's experiences during the pandemic in terms of not being able to play competitively.
Yeah, I think, to the credit of all these teams around the Great Lakes, especially new clubs, Milwaukee, a fairly young club, Detroit, a new club, Fargo, a new club, they actually did their best to safely create playing opportunities better than anyone else in the country. And so, if you watch, as you watch Fargo in that last game, as Chicago shortens it to 3.
7-4 now.
Fargo being a first-year club, this is about as well as we've ever seen a first-year club. That game against Chicago, who's regularly an elite contender, and I think that speaks to the fact that they did as much as they could to try and be active and create safe playing opportunities when, a lot of people just, threw up their hands frustrated and said, we'll wait. We'll wait until we'll get the all clear, and, we've got vaccination and testing going on, for guys in this tournament, and so it's not all clear yet, but we're doing our best. But the Great Lakes teams definitely did themselves a favor.
Carter Ayoc and company increasing their lead to 4. 8-4 our score, 18-18 to play in the first half of action. And you just came off the floor. How do you think you can use the lessons learned going into play tomorrow?
Yeah, I think you see teams play fast. For us, it was ultimately we were pace takers rather than pacemakers in that game. Is that ultimately we were going when the conditions weren't right. So much of handball is about tactical spacing and momentum up court with the ball. And great low angle wing shot there for Chicago. But
5-hole goal.
But the lesson there is ultimately, we were out tactic as far as the bevy of plays that Cal Heat has in their pocket, and so when you're not able to control the spacing of the court and you're not able to control the pace of the game, ultimately comes down to who's shooting better that day. And Cal Heat shot better than us, so got out of control in a hurry.
So it wasn't a boat race because Milwaukee was outmanned.
I don't believe so. They certainly had, Cal Heat, very good backcourt players in that game. Left center and right back all created wonderful opportunities for teammates and themselves. That said,
great shot short side as Chicago Inter cuts to within 2.
But we absolutely had no shortage of the same. But yeah, they did a better job putting their best pieces in the best position than we did. And I don't. Wouldn't be much of a teammate if I tried to claim that they were just better than us man for man. But even with that bias, I still think it was very much a game lost in the mind than on the court.
Windish pushed around, short side shot on the far end goes in for Army. 9-6 now, 16 and a quarter remaining in the first half.
Always wonderful when you have the sort of size and shooting when things break down to just go right through the body and create a good shot on goal.
And how does Chicago counter that?
The key is they need to be about a step higher. Technically, you always want to have, when you're stepping to a shooter like that, get your inside foot up court towards his shooting arm so that you can reach it and not let him get a full follow through and a full clean shot. So they're too low and they're too late in challenging these shooters.
Chicago Inter with the ball. Quick shot, hockey usage is sticked away is where I was headed.
That's right. Big blocker save
But a
there.
great blocker save.
Right. And the rebound control right into the corner.
Yeah, same idea. West Point on the ensuing possession. That shot went into the Minnesota River with as far high as it was over the net.
And it's like they're listening to the telecast, because that's exactly what we're talking about. Is you see him meet the shooter at the height of the shooting motion and challenge that shooting arm, forcing it over top.
And Chicago Inter also cutting the lanes down, to your point, giving West Point, or forcing West Point to get cute and get creative with their shooting angles. Quick shot there, may have glanced off looked like the iron.
Heavy ball coming back out. Got to watch yourself sometimes there. You got to get turned around because it's coming back out as fast as it went in.
Quick shot off the bottom of the iron there. Rebound for Chicago Inter goes in, and it is 9-7. In your game, I had Josh Hedrick and Josh Walenga up here, and we referenced the Olympic handball final, and it was actually watching that match, that gold medal match. I believe it or not, and this is a true story. I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, Self, are there any local handball organizations that you could get affiliated with? And boom, here we are.
No, it's great, and I'm glad that you took the time to go search it out. We, it's a lot of Facebook pages. It's not always Twitter as well. It's not always it's not as simple as a Google search sometimes. But I'm glad that you did a little digging and found Minnesota.
And awesome to see the other 5 teams as a great save made there in this tournament. The first major, from what they tell me, hosted by Team Minnesota, and that is that's something that Hedrick, because that shot or that goal will not count. That's something that Josh Hedrick wanted me to pass along to everyone. First major, and if you caught the game or the Milwaukee game, they're hoping to have handball spring up in Minnesota in the coming years.
Yeah, having gone to school at St. John's, not being from Minnesota originally, but spending a lot of time up here, I can tell you the youth apparatus for several different sports in Minnesota is really incomparable and across the state. So there's a lot of reason to be very optimistic that handball will take here, just because of the way the townships get involved if you engage them. And Josh's done a great job. Big shot there.
Great goal. 12:45 to go. We'll reset for you. 9-8 our score to West Point.
Yeah, and a lot of credit, as you were saying, to Josh Hedrick. It's a tough thing to sort of. It's a lot of times it's these same sanctioned tournaments year after year. So for Minnesota to be able to jump in and put on an event like this as the very first event coming out of the pandemic, adds an additional layer to what is a difficult process to engage teams and get the logistics of something like this pulled off. So, a lot of reason to be very hopeful for the future of the sport here in Minnesota.
12:13 to go. First half of play. Chicago Inter with the ball. Jeff Disher, Michael King from high atop the Kennedy Activity Center. And Chicago working this ball around in this possession, and the iron unkind as the ball stays out of the net. A bear hug will halt play briefly, as West Point will control on the ensuing possession.
Certainly seems we're starting to see West Point feel their legs a little bit. It's as much as they're training all the time. Handball shape, like they say for a lot of different sports, is different than other kinds of shape, and they are not running on a couple of these shots as vigorously as they were early in the game.
Sheffield with a shot and a goal. 55 in black puts West Point up to 11:25 to go. First half of play.
We'll see here if Chicago can keep touch here as the game slows down. It should be falling into their wheelhouse. They've done a good job of weathering the early storm, finding themselves only down by 2. So we'll see if they can generate another quality shooting look. The left wing has been exceptional in keeping them in touch this game with a lot of low-angle goals.
And a two-goal lead in handball is like nothing in hockey and even soccer, because the game can switch on a dime practically.
Yeah, it's really. On a good move there, getting wide, one more, And great defense, but did he get there in time?
No shot opportunity. Whistle goes for official halting play. Hold. I believe a 2-minute penalty called against West Point.
As soon
and
as
a
you
7-meter, too.
As soon as you see that the defender's shoulders get turned perpendicular to the goal line and contact is made, generally bad things are about to happen.
That's one of the 99 problems you don't want to have.
We're always finding new ones, as you saw with Milwaukee out there for a solid hour. Creatively creating opportunities to troubleshoot. We dug a deeper hole than we could dig out of. Maybe next time.
But you guys have a third game to fix things. Tomorrow, probably early. I forget the game times. Nice kick save there for Chicago's keeper. Ball bouncing around like a jumping bean. West Point in control. Quick shot, a nice kick save as it goes out of play. 10-10 to go, first half of play. Flown by. And I believe we have a 2-minute call.
Interesting call there for the delay in game is what they ended up calling for swatting the ball away.
Okay.
Seemed like a bang-bang play. It looked like a live ball. Looked like he made an earnest effort to try and keep it in play. I'm curious to know the referee's reasoning for why he thought that was egregious enough to warrant a 2-minute.
And you get great goal there short side for Chicago, and it's a tie game. But generally, 6 passes the number before passive movement.
It's really at the referee's discretion. A lot of it has to do with a situation like this where it's 4-on-6 for West Point. They'll tend to be a little quicker because it's just difficult to feign offense back unless, of course,
great goal.
You just go 1-on-3 and create a wonderful shot. But no, it's certainly 6 passes once the pass is called before the turnover occurs. But it's very much usually it's 30 to 45 seconds.
Now West Point playing man-to-man. Great short side shot for Chicago, and these two teams now up and down we go. 11 all, 9 minutes to play in the first half.
Yeah, it's very interesting. You love, at the end of the day, you want to convert possessions into goals at every opportunity, but they scored so quickly, West Point did, down 4-on-6, and again, that quick turnover now allowing Chicago more time to make use of this 2-man power play.
And I like the usage of the word power play because that's what it is. You may be able to call it a two-man advantage, and I'm thinking more lacrosse versus hockey. But if you're two men down, quick shot and a goal there for Chicago. If you have a two-man disadvantage, you've got more problems that you'll need to work yourself out of, and I don't think 2 minutes can necessarily save you from those problems.
Yeah, absolutely, and because of the pace, the 2 minutes runs very, very quickly.
Yep.
For those of you watching for the first time, if you're hockey, think of it as a 2-minute major every time. No penalties are released by a goal. So you are serving those full 2 minutes no matter how many possessions go up and down for goals in the interim.
I like the description of that 2-minute major call as West Point handles this. Sheffield quarterbacking along with Mitchell. Sheffield up over the cage, but I believe West Point will maintain possession with 7.5 to go first half.
Yeah, Chicago making the adjustment to get out on the shooter there. A little late and maybe a little reckless, but what's going on?
Well, it's now 12 all.
Yeah, and as soon as I try to compliment them for the defensive adjustment, the guy comes right down Main Street. It's Patrick Jalbert, goalie for Chicago Inter, has got to be wondering if at any point he might have a defender between him and the offensive player. That'd be a nice change of pace.
But you don't want to put that defender doesn't want to put you in a situation where you're getting screened every possession.
Ultimately with handball, and not that I can speak to playing much handball goalie, but ultimately the ball has to have eyes on the cage. So there's no way. Oh, hey,
speaking of, that was Sheffield with the goal there, 13-12 West Point.
when a guy really rears back, he's screening with his head as much as any defender is screening the goalie. So you're really more worried about getting that block up. And if the shooter shoots through it, then you tip your cap. But normally, what you're trying to do with that block is take away half the goal and and cut down the goalie's responsibility to half or less of the goal by screening off part of it. So the screen is actually sort of what you want, because you want to dare the guy to shoot through it.
And Chicago having issues handling the ball this offensive possession. And a quick shot off the side of the cage. And you're down a goal there. I don't know if I would take that short side shot.
Yeah, it's tough because it's a great play to slip the pivot on the other side.
And that stayed out too, bar down, but it stayed out.
The ball's playing evenly today. Those are two opportunities that you're going to finish at 90 to 95%. So to see back-to-back moves there where the pivot's able to slip clean through and be one-on-one with the goalie from 6, you don't see back-to-back misses on those much.
Chicago handling the ball, 5.5 to play in the game's opening half. Quick moving, nice bear hug, but the goal will not count as the foul was called before the shot. Leads to a 7-meter throw for Chicago.
Yeah, the 2-minute there as well, as we saw.
And a 2-minute, yes.
Yeah, the defender getting his shoulders turned, again, perpendicular, but continuing to ride the offensive player into the 6.
Shot and a goal, and that serves as potential punishment for that business in the crease. Timeout called. West Point, I believe, called it. Explain, and I know you're fresh after about 25 minutes up here, but explain the differences in what you're seeing from here as opposed to what you're seeing on the bench on court level.
Yeah, it's much easier to see the differences in gaps on the defense. Is that, when you're court level, sometimes it's tough to see, particularly the far side of the court. How much space are we leaving on the weak side when the ball swings around? Is there a gap to shoot through if you can move the ball fast enough? From up here, you can easily see when the defense is overshifted or when they have proper gap control. Certainly, again, helpful to be able to see down over all these big guys' shoulders and know exactly how much space is out there.
13 all our score. Jeff Disher here, Michael King alongside from beer-making country in Wisconsin, so to speak. As he just wrapped up his second game of the day and final game of the day with Milwaukee against Cal Heat. And that was not necessarily a canoe race at times, but it had its moments.
Yeah, we really we went down four goals early. I believe it was 8-4 was when they established their first 4-goal lead. And they maintained that. It was 13 to 9 at half, and we every time we got it back to 4, we immediately went the wrong direction. And it's a possession by possession game. There's no 2-pointers, there's no 3-pointers, and so you have to take it minute by minute, possession by possession. And we never closed the gap. We never won successive possessions.
Quick shot goes in for West Point. I've got a reference for you. You say no 2-point, 3-point shots. Do you remember? And this is an inline hockey reference. Do you remember pro beach hockey?
Of course.
The ramps behind the goals.
Yeah, played out in was it Los Angeles or Las Vegas?
Huntington Beach, California.
That's right. Yeah, no, it was a couple NHL players played in that. I believe Eric Desjardins, who was a big-time defenseman for the Flyers, gave it some credence. I grew up playing roller hockey.
There you go.
Shop there from Kevin Grudzinski. So it was certainly. I grew up as a hockey goalie as well, and playing roller hockey goalie, seeing guys out there in the LA Heat. I felt for those goaltenders. They must have been losing 10 pounds a game.
And I'm a former floor hockey goalie back to my high school days as adapted athletics, popular here in the state of Minnesota. But a lot of those concepts that I learned on the floor can translate to roller hockey, translate to ice hockey, but some of them can also translate to handball here.
Yeah, absolutely. Particularly when you're about collapsing the defense, like when you have a 3-on-2, we wait for the
7-meter shot here, goal, and it is 16-14 West Point.
Yeah, you think of every up-court play in handball, like breaking into the zone, is that the goal is to have center pressure from your center in order to create a look for the wing on the outside. It's ultimately what you're trying to do.
Exactly. Quick shot goes in.
coming right through. Always nice. The wings always love it when they're allowed to work in. Usually they're into the corners having to create a low angle shot. When they get a chance to work in, they tend to bury those and cherish them greatly.
15-15, so that's I spotted West Point at goal. 15-15, under 3 minutes to play as this ball goes into the corner. And Sheffield, bar down again. That's the third bar down that we've seen late stages here in the first half. 2 on this end for West Point, or affecting West Point.
And you can see the pace picking up here from Chicago. They're feeling confident. They don't feel, it doesn't look like West Point's able to tax them in transition as much right now because Chicago's offense is much more willing to move quickly.
And you're not getting all of the bear hugs as West Point scores 16-15. No, I believe they're going to take the goal off the board, or not.
It appears the goal will count, but they will still assess the 2-minute penalty. There wasn't a ton of contact, but the refs were very protective of the wings there. It's a dangerous, precarious position to be in, and so they felt he came in out of control, is what I would suspect, because, again, there wasn't a lot of contact. He didn't go to the floor, but it's just ultimately what could have happened is worthy of a penalty there.
Makes sense. 2 minutes and a dime, and actually now 2 minutes and a nickel left to go in the first half. 16-15 West Point. As the bear hug, I was going to make a point about the bear hugging. You're not seeing as much of that now as opposed to earlier in the half. Quick shot and a goal, tying the game at 16.
Yeah, and part of that has to do with the fact that Army has just been playing a man down for so long. It's difficult to be really pressure heavy on the ball because you're down man.
Short side, quick save. Can Chicago enter counter? 95 seconds to go in the half. 16 all. One thing I wish we could see would be the timing on the 2-minute penalties.
Now, it appears from what I can make out here with my X-ray specs, it looks like it'll be released at 22 seconds. So
okay,
it looks like Army.
So another minute or so.
And I say that and now look down and realize currently right now it's 6-on-6 on the court. So your color commentary maybe needs some glasses.
I'm
empty man. And there's the answer to your question. They were 6-on-6 with the goalie pulled to even up the offense. We're trying to catch up. We're all coming out of a pandemic here. We're all dusting off our understanding of the game, being able to keep up with the speed of the game, speed of the audience here.
17-16 our score. 53 seconds. We've got a timeout on the floor. As a little housekeeping taking place at the scores table. And I believe there's talk of an illegal substitution.
Yeah, it's difficult to tell whether they're arguing that he came out early, as in the goaltender stepped onto the court before the sub came off, or if they're just saying pure math, you guys had 7 out there and nobody came off. But it's being argued aggressively, and when somebody's pointing out saying, I'm the one who was off, makes you think the refs think nobody came off.
Right. Chicago with the ball, 53, or actually now 48 seconds to go in the first half. 17-16 to West Point.
Again, Chicago going with the empty goal here to even it out 6-on-6 as they kill off the remaining 15 seconds of this penalty.
35 seconds to go in the half as that one dumped off. Now, top of the arc, good. And it is 17 all as West Point goes on the ensuing possession. Quick shot and a goal, 18-17.
A big goal there for Army, West Point, as they're going into the half, as well as they've played and as much as they've led at this game, to be able to, but they won't.
Wow. Great goal from deep. 5 seconds. I was going to make a point about the last shot. Great save made by the Chicago keeper, and that'll do it for half number 1. 18-18, back to where we started from, but 36 goals have been scored from the time we started. Thoughts on the first 30 minutes?
I think ultimately Chicago is the one that has to feel, as much as they should be the more prepared, better team for where they usually play in the country, they should feel great to have this game tied for how much they had to weather the storm early, this being their second game, it being West Point's first.
I'm seeing predictions on the YouTube chat from earlier. We'll see if I can't get any of the live chat. So KDW says go Team Minnesota, and she appreciates the Gremlins being worked out. So I suppose we should pass that along to yours truly. And the the two Joshes, but we worked it out. Glad you're enjoying. And we'll take a short time out. Second half action on its way next. like a PG version of Buried Alive, was much must-watch TV in my opinion. 30. Yep. And Taker suffered a concussion early in that match. Right. Want to hop on here, I think, for a quick recap of the half, and then. Two. Back at Kennedy Activity Center, Bloomington, Minnesota Fall Classic. Jeff Disher and the beer maker, Michael King, with you high atop the Kennedy Activity Center Gymnasium. Game 4 of 6 on the day here on Saturday with elimination games tomorrow. We have West Point 18 and Chicago Inter 18. West Point making their debut. Michael, your thoughts on the first 30 minutes that you've seen?
Ultimately it feels like, still a game, still a tie game, back where we started. It feels like a missed opportunity for West Point. They came out early, a lot of pace, putting a lot of pressure with a lot of cuts in their offense, creating a lot of great 7 and 8 meter opportunities shooting that Chicago wasn't ready to challenge, and opened up an early lead. But slowly but surely, Chicago got the ground game going, and now we find ourselves in a tie game.
Mahidi looks like Mahidi says, "Go Chicago, go!" with numerous O's on the end of that second go.
Well, let's see if that's enough to carry them to victory here, in case they were running out of any juice after the big first half comeback.
Feel free to contribute via the YouTube chat. We'll get to those, or we'll get to your comments as we go along. As we're getting ready to start the second half of Game 4 on the day, gremlin-free, unlike the first 3 games of the day. But the gremlins were caused by swapped cables. We figured it out, though.
It's one of those things where you wish you didn't have to take it apart, because putting it back together is it's always a science, and it has to be a perfect science, or no one can hear you.
Yeah. But there were a lot of feedback, not the case now, apparently. But contribute to the YouTube the YouTube chat that we've got. We'll get to your comments as time allows. Same holds true in the final 2 games of the night, as Team Minnesota plays up next. But back to the ranch we go. Chicago will handle the ball to start the second half. 18-18 is our score. Chicago in the red jerseys going right to left. West Point in the black with the camouflage numerals going left to right. Default defensive formation here for West Point?
It's a 6-0, exactly, but they play it quite aggressively. They'll try and, normally, unless you're ball side, you tend to keep your heels on the line, but you'll see a lot more aggressiveness from West Point on the weak side than you would in a typically played 6-0.
Chicago starts the second half as they come up floor. 18-18 our score. They go far side with it and work it around the umbrella. Now West Point covering the shooting angles well. Body contact, drawing the whistle. And Chicago maintains possession down here. Chicago Inter working. Quick shot. Save made by the West Point keeper. That is Spencer Knutson. And West Point on the ensuing possession with the offense. Far side. Loose ball. And maintaining possession there, Will Middlebrooks, the right back.
Quick attempt there to rediscover their pace, and went a bit awry, so they'll play half-court offense.
Usually 1 into 2 doesn't go, as that quick shot leaves the court. But and usually you can't get through a brick wall too, and I feel like Chicago's starting the half defensively at least more stoutly. Did that? I don't think that went in, did it?
It did, right into the top of the net under the bar, and came out as fast as it went in. But announcer's curse there, as you say.
Hey,
stout defense turns into an offensive goal as soon as we can say anything.
The only thing to say there is I do what I can. 19-18 West Point. Ball dropped back to what would be the point if you're thinking more winter-like. And now Chicago going to work short side into the corner. Chicago still with possession as West Point ratcheting up the physical play. Quick shot there, save made by Knudsen, but West Point cannot clear. They do back to near the center line, but Chicago enter with the offensive possession. Quick shot, kicked right into the net, and it is 19-all. 27:45 to go in the game. West Point on the ensuing possession. Dropped over by Middlebrooks, back to Colin Gray. Gray looking for a teammate on the far side. Gray worked it around, and he got it to Killebrew. Quick shot up over the cage, may have grazed the crossbar. Josh Wallinga had a monetary fund going for as many times as the ball goes in the net there for Chicago. Had a monetary fund going last game for as many times as the ball hit the crossbar or the pipe.
Well, if only I had known. If it was for a good cause, I could have contributed a little more.
Now West Point, speaking of contributions, gets upended. They'll maintain possession here. 26:54 and ticking. 20-19 our score. Quick shot and a goal. And West Point ties the game at 20.
We need instant replay to know whether or not Chicago has a point there on the travel. Not a typical spin move, covered a lot of ground, but a great response there by West Point, trailing for the first time in the game to pull back even.
20-20. 26:30 to go in the game. Chicago with possession. And you're not seeing the ball dribbled as much because the ball is smaller than a basketball or a soccer ball as West Point advances. Short side, shot in, 21-20 West Point.
As West Point there rediscovers the pace that got them the early lead to take a lead again. And to your point about the dribbling, when you think about handball dribbling, think Bob Cousy 1950s basketball dribbling. No AI crossovers. You have to stay on top of the ball with splayed fingers, or you're going to get called for a carry.
Bob Cousy, old school. I'm no old fool, though, so I picked up where you were headed with it. No shot. Excuse me, no shot. So Chicago will maintain possession. Down a goal. 25-35 to go in the game. And that's not working short side for Chicago. As it'll go by the wayside. It was tipped on the way out. And West Point getting some substitutes on as this corner throw will have Chicago maintaining possession.
What you see right here from West Point is that they're very, very heavy to the weak side. And given that Chicago's offense is largely built around Stefan, number 69, their left back, it's odd how well this is working for them because there's a lot of space for him to work into a shot there.
Quick resumption of play for Chicago leads to a goal, 21-21.
Opportunistic take off the 9-meter there, and we find ourselves tied yet again.
West Point looking to change that. Far side, ball stolen. Here comes Chicago. Up and down we play. Goalkeeper makes the save. And now West Point on the ricochet. Bear hug from Chicago doesn't stop play. Nifty move, nifty goal, 22-21.
And that's about as much contact as you can have from behind a player without seeing yourself in a heck of a lot of trouble.
I was just going to say, you said it perfect. You summed it up perfectly. I was thinking there was going to be a whistle there, halting the play. 24 minutes exactly. 22-21 West Point. Quick shot off the iron. Rebound leads to physical contact, so I believe we'll have a 7-meter throw here. No 2-minute penalty, it looks like, just a 7-meter to tie the game. Quick shot, save made, rebound, score.
No, it's going to be disallowed.
Oh, no.
Looks like he's on the line as he tries to put in that rebound, and West Point will maintain the lead as they work quickly.
Great save on the far side. That shot won't count. 22-21, West Point. And Chicago turns and goes.
Couple of foot fails there. Foot faults is what I was looking for. A couple of foot faults in a row there, keeping shots off the board, and we keep the same score.
And talk about those foot faults a little bit with regard to the lines on the floor. As the shot goes in there, bar down, stays out.
As West Point runs here.
West Point on the run, quick shot and a goal, 23-21. But talk about those aforementioned foot faults.
Yeah, so as you see, you have two arcs on each side. The dotted lines are the 9-meter, and that's specifically for penalty restarts. So anytime there's a foul, the entire offensive team has to retreat to outside the 9-meter line, and they're given 3 meters of space from the defense. That solid line is the 6-meter line, and on it is in. So you cannot go in the crease on the ground as an offensive player. And so if you're on the line, you're in, it's a turnover.
Looks like a substitution for West Point.
It appears they picked up a 2-minute on that flyby. There was enough contact that they'll be playing down a man yet again. A common refrain here, but a 2-goal lead to start weathering it.
Power play time, if you will, for Chicago. Short side, quick shot and a goal. But to your point earlier in the game, it is effectively a 2-minute major that doesn't end on a goal, like we would see in ice hockey.
Exactly, or as for you lacrosse fans out there, every penalty is a non-releasable.
That also works quite well.
High pressure from Chicago, but they managed to keep possession and create a shot.
Great shot opportunity for West Point there. Leads to a goal, 24-22, 21 and change is left.
We'll see if West Point has worked out the kinks in their man-down defense. If you saw them go fast on the last possession, we're able to create an immediate, easy opportunity, unabated left wing going in at a high angle.
Chicago now with possession. Short side shot, saw the angle, saw the room, got the goal. 24-23.
And again, Army feet in concrete, setting a line and not moving off it, creating a ton of space for the left wing to work in for what is ultimately an easy scoring opportunity on these 6-on-5s back-to-back.
Now over far side come West Point. This one dropped off near Middlebrooks, and Middlebrooks goes cross court. Quick shot and a goal.
And that is a tougher shot than it appears. As you watch two come across, he catches a two-hand shove right in the chest, so his momentum is stopped, and that is all muscle to put that into the far corner over the leg of Pat Caliber, the Chicago goaltender.
That's Colin Gray who got the shot off. Bear hug, halting play. 20 minutes and a half left to play in regulation. 25-23. Far from over by any stretch of the imagination. Quick shot, quick save. Loose ball, whistle goes. West Point ball.
And as you see there, they are able to close the angle a little bit for the left wing, and I believe he caught himself seeking contact as much as he was focused on actually scoring the goal. I think he really thought he was going to draw a penalty there, and as a result, the shot's off the mark right into the chest of the goaltender.
Now West Point working offensively, 2-goal lead. This goes to Gray. Gray works it down low. Quick shot, save.
An ill-advised shot there. Difficult as a right wing, right-handed. Very difficult to increase your shooting angle, especially with no momentum as he had there.
Because you're shooting across your body, are you not?
Exactly.
Whistle goes, and Chicago will handle the ball.
As Army has returned to full strength, as we would say, as we approach winter.
Quick shot, quick goal, 25-24. 7-aside we play as we're under 20 minutes left to play in the game.
Oh, and a defensive slip up there by Chicago, leaving the pivot wide open for an easy dish in.
26-24 Army. I couldn't have described that any better if I tried.
We'll give you time on that. See, you're early in the sport. Your full creative powers will be on display in no time.
No doubt in my mind. I don't disagree with you. Chicago with the ball. And a shot at the edge of the crease. Goes by the wayside. Loose ball. Out of play to West Point. Quick restart for the men in black. As faking the shot there was Miller. He goes cross court. Miller dishes down low, got it back. Miller got it to Gray. Gray up in the air, quick shot and a save, but West Point will keep the ball.
Gray climbing the defender there to create himself a view of the goaltender. Couldn't put it through, but did draw the 9 meters, so they'll get another try at it.
Colin Gray may have a spidey sense we don't know about, climbing the defender there. Short side, Gray looking, dishes, quick shot, save, rebound, comes back out towards the midline.
A great play all around there, but we're now on passive play, so we'll see action shortly.
Well, out of play will halt, or whistle halts play here. Still passive play. West Point with possession and turnover.
The hesitation there by Gray as he thought he was going to go up for the shot, but ultimately decided to dribble one step too many, and Chicago weathers a long defensive possession.
17 and a quarter left to play in the game. Chicago down 26-24. Jeff Disher, Michael King. We're not in beer maker country, though, as a shot goes in for Chicago, and it will count, it looks like. 26-25, and a substitution coming on for West Point, I thought.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. As you saw there, the defender shoots the gap, the offensive player shoots the gap, is able to get through, and it's that light tug on the shoulders from behind that merits a 2-minute penalty. Even though he let him go, that contact from behind is going to draw a 2-minute every time. It's unfortunate because you get the 2-minute and you didn't prevent the scoring opportunity that was ultimately made use of by the right back there for Chicago.
And Chicago looking to be on that man advantage. Rainbow shot in the goal, 27-25 now.
Someone on West Point's got to be closing in on triple-double because there are a lot of rebounds that are going to the men in black here on these big saves by Pat Jalibert, doing his best to keep his team in this game.
Triple-doubles what? Points, rebounds, assists?
Oh, it's anything. But, yeah, it's anything that you can get 10s in. Unfortunately, there's not enough counting stats in handball to really go full Westbrook. But rebounds, we can count rebounds.
Second chance opportunities.
Exactly.
There you go.
Exactly.
16 and a nickel left to play in the game. 27-25 West Point. As 1 into 3 doesn't go, and the West Point attacker gets bear hugged, halting play. West Point still with control, though, as a shot goes into the net, 28-25.
And a great take there by 55. Floating with the block and shooting back across it. It's a difficult C to find the post there and put it through, but he's got the goalie leaning with around the block, thinking he's going to have to go around it. But being able to work back, float long enough to shoot back to the short side, it's going to be a goal every time if you can pull that off.
Noah Sheffield with the goal as Chicago answers, 28-26 now, with 15-20 left to go in the second half. Speaking of basketball statistics, who do you have in this upcoming NBA season?
It's tough to bet against the Bucks. I mean, as much as everybody else had injury issues and whatnot, they bring back a roster that has a lot of great two-way players, and it did look like, as much as they struggled against the Nets offensively, that they figured something out there in that 4-game winning streak to take the series from the Suns.
I believe Brooklyn, at least in NBA 2K22 land, is rated slightly better than the Bucks, if I recall correctly. Bear hug holding play there. But yeah, I don't see Giannis, Giannis, and the Bucks slowing down anytime soon, as a shot and a goal there brings us back to within one under a football quarter remaining in duration, 14:25 left to be more precise.
Yeah, and you have to like the Nets offseason acquisitions to bring in on top of the largesse that is Harden, Irving, KD. Oh, and a tip shot going in anyway.
For West Point, they're up 29-27.
But yeah, it's tough to bet against a team that has 3 of the best 10 or 15 players in the league. They have a lot of firepower, and we'll see if health is on their side. It certainly imperils my prediction if all 3 of those guys stay healthy into the playoffs.
Back to the ranch, though. Chicago Inter controlling. Bear hug near corner. Whistle goes. Trailing referee called it.
And a good example of the play on there. They weren't sure if he was going to break through. You see the pass go away, and then the stoppage coming back out for the foul.
Chicago Inter still with possession. And a shot goes in, 29-28. And Chicago doing like an American Gladiators event and hanging tough.
They haven't been eliminated yet, but they do struggle to try and...
Nice kick save.
Having only led for about 2 possessions in the middle of this second half, we'll see if they can pull even again, as they trailed consistently for about the last 8 or 9 minutes.
And we went back in time during your game to the men's European championship from last year. I believe one of the pool play games has a goal scored there for Chicago, tying the score. Went into extra time. I believe it was 34-32 being the final result. But extra time in a game like this could be something to watch out for, given plenty of time left.
Yeah, and nobody's been able to open up more than 2 or 3 goal leads, so it seems like we're going to be going down to the wire, so stay with us either way.
Chicago Inter handles the ball. 12:20 to go in regulation time.
And a big possession here for Chicago. There have been probably 15 instances of ties, I would estimate, in this game, and yet only 1 instance of a Chicago lead.
If we had the mark of a good statistician, we'd have that data. Quick shot and a goal. Nice call. 30-29 Chicago.
And now the same as a young team like Army that a lot of times relies on getting out and playing with pressure and pace. Responding when you trail is very important.
$11:40 to go in the second half. And a quick shot there. West Point answers. 30-30.
A great bailout shot there, able to just get to the outside shoulder of the second defender on the right side. A very stagnant possession, more so than we've seen from Army. Usually a lot more cutting, a lot more crossing, and yet they managed to manufacture the tying goal there. That's a big shot.
A lot slower than in the past as well from West Point.
Oh, another great feed into the pivot.
Loose ball, great shot, 31-30 Chicago, who now are playing confidently.
Quite remarkable. As you watch the pace of this game, Chicago has gotten their offense consistently from different spots as they go through in bunches. It's been 3 now consecutive goals from the pivot. Before that, it was a long run of wing goals, and the backs were the ones that carried them early in this game, with the exception of a couple early low-angle left wing goals. So working their way around the court, getting everyone involved for bunches.
And I was just going to say that makes Chicago's style a little even in terms of its attack. And a quick shot there, saved as the ball bounds out of play. Clock continues to roll. 10 1/4 left to go in regulation. 31-30 our score. Down to the wire finish, we feel like coming. Army West Point with possession. Got to move that ball around, don't you?
Yeah, and one of the things that's difficult as he jumps in for a
great goal.
Yeah, one of the early mistakes difficult for converts, particularly from basketball, is that there is no pivot foot in handball. If you pivot around, each of those pivots is a step. And that's where he the left wing almost drew himself into trouble there, was pivoting around looking for a pass, finding himself right at the last, his third step when he released the ball. The Chicago bench was about to explode in anticipation of a fast break turnover.
31-31, 9.5 to play. Quick shot and a nice save as West Point will handle the ball.
Big save to close down the short side there by the West Point goaltender. And now again, they have a chance to take this lead back. They have not allowed Chicago to enjoy the lead for much time at all, as close as this game has been.
A quick shot there, deflected aside. Keep wanting to say sticked away, but ice is on the other side of Interstate 35W.
Oh, and a wide open lane.
Great shot opportunity, wide open as you said, and it's 32-31 Chicago, 8:45 to go.
Shot went in and out so fast it was enough to confuse West Point as to whether it was a live ball.
Far side now, West Point looking to tie the game at 32. Dropped over, Middlebrooks, shot and a goal.
And another second chance goal for West Point. That has been a lifeblood in their offensive production today, that who knows where they would be without some crafty hands as the ball bounces back off Jalabert numerous times.
8 1/4 to go, 32 apiece. I've got a funny story for you. A friend of mine called, whistle goes there, halt to play. A friend of mine called high school volleyball the other night in Burnsville, south of the metro. They were playing Prior Lake, and high school volleyball goes to 25 in the first 4 sets in Minnesota. One set in his match finished 40-38 a la Wimbledon.
Who was that? It was John Isner and who am I forgetting?
Mahout.
Mahout.
Nicholas Mahout.
Yeah.
As a 7-meter throw for Chicago. Goes in. 33-32. We're headed to the 40-38 mark ourselves. 7:20 to go in the game. And a shot there goes in. What the heck happened defensively for Chicago on that exchange?
The pivot for West Point went down and established himself on our near side of the court between the 2 and the 3. And just as Chicago stepped up off the line to challenge a quick shot, he just slid right underneath, unaccounted for, wide open behind the defense.
Very slippery. Speaking of slippery, good shot, but the save even better.
And you can see a time lapse of and it's a timeout by West Point here for the tie game.
Good timeout.
Yeah, we've seen a bit of a time lapse there. Zach Dick, the pivot there for Chicago, has had 3 or 4 goals in this half, but he's always gone short side. And as we've seen, the goaltender for West Point has gotten closer and closer and closer, and he finally tracked a big save there to keep this game tied and award possession to West Point, where they can take a timeout and talk about how they're going to take this lead back, and hopefully this time for good.
Now, we've tried to do this all day, introducing newer folks to handball. How does the court position work after a timeout like this for West Point? Do they have to go the length, or can they go, I'm thinking along the lines of basketball, where they can come up court a little ways and resume play?
So the ball is frozen where it is at the point of the timeout. So you'll see a throw-in from whatever point the ball was at when the timeout was called. And all the offensive players, the only requirement then is that all the offensive players have to start outside that dotted 9-meter line. They can't wait along the 6. But otherwise, none of the players are locked in their position. Just the ball is frozen at the point of the timeout.
6:50 to go in the game. He's Michael King. I'm Jeff Disher. Glad you have joined us on a gremlin-free evening in Bloomington. 2 more games for you. Mike and I will do one more with Minnesota team handball playing up next. And then comes the main event of the evening, if you will, the final game of the night. West Point will play again. I believe Cal Heat is who they draw. Quick save there, and Chicago works this one ahead.
A lot of high pressure there from West Point, and they get the stop. It'll be interesting to see if they maintain that pressure for the remainder of this possession or if that was just a response to some quick up-court offense from Chicago.
Speaking of offense, Chicago not allowed the possession there.
The left wing here for Chicago seems intent on working this one-on-one matchup, but he's not getting a lot of traction. And a great move to the outside there, but he hits the upper 90.
Off the iron.
And here comes West Point in transition.
West Point and Fargo Moorhead to end the night as I was looking there. But West Point with possession, 33-33 game, not anymore. 34-33.
Very advantageous by the left back there, reversing the momentum of the ball. You had two Inter defenders recovering, thinking that ball was going to the wing for a wing shot, and he finds himself alone breaking in on the goaltender.
And now Chicago with possession and 5:12 to work with. Minnesota and Cal Heat coming up. Body contact, drawing the offensive foul was West Point. And the player coming up, Gimpy, there on the charge.
Yeah, a little raspberry there. It looks like as he was bending in to launch his jump, he caught a knee right in the side of the thigh.
Right on the right thigh, quick shot and a goal. 34-34. And you won't miss those. And I that's 27. I don't have a 27 listed, but 27 for Chicago in some serious pain, it looks like, from our position.
Yeah, he'll sit down, but there'll be a lot of space over there for the left wing substituting to work in and get some momentum going as West Point is going to be a man down.
Quick shot, and they take advantage, 35-34.
So now West Point has seemed content to give up the wing shot when they're playing on the penalty kill. We'll see if that can work to their favor with a cold wing down there on the left.
Quick shot, and they do take advantage, 35-35. 4 minutes and a nickel left in the second half, or regulation time, I should say.
If you can find better free entertainment than a handball game between two quality teams tied up with 4 minutes remaining, I challenge you.
I'm saying.
Yeah.
I agree. Quick shot and a quick goal.
And a great slide. Not a play that you see a lot. A pivot catching the ball 7 or 8 meters and just continuing to slide through as though he's a backcourt player and finishing over and through the defender.
Here comes Chicago. Short side shot. Kick save made.
And a big time save there by the goaltender. Again, West Point allowing Chicago all the looks they want at the wing when they're playing with a man. They are content to allow nothing through the middle. And it's been mixed results, but it's hard to argue when you get the save that you need up one with 3 and change to go.
36-35. West Point with the lead as that ball spun far side to near. Now you go back to the quarterback being Colin Gray. Gray threw that one over far side. Gray gets it back near the black line.
And the passive play is on from the officials, and that's going to be, oh, goodness.
Rear official called that passive play.
He did. Hand up. And they just called a foul on that shot. It's very close to being a very dangerous play as he ran through the shooting arm.
Great goal, though, on the resumption of play. 2:38 to go. 37-35, and West Point can stretch their legs a little bit.
A spinning, sidewinding worm burner there, right through the heart of the defensive block off the post, and you can't put it any better spot than that.
No. Chicago looking for an answer, and they need an answer quickly. Loose ball picked up by the men in red. Edge of the arc, it goes in, 37-36. Time not on the side of Chicago Winter.
And the complexion of the remainder of this game will be largely decided by this possession. When you are down more possession than there are minutes left, you start to have to make some changes, especially defensively. So West Point has a chance to increase their win probability significantly with a goal on this possession.
Gray drops it, far side, shot and a goal.
And a wonderful play there with a fake cross with the pivot.
getting Chicago up on their toes, looking at the pivot, and just staying to the strong side, goes right through 2-goal lead with a minute 30 remaining.
And a shot there up high. I don't know if the second goal would have caught that. Whistle behind the play. Hold on.
Oh, and just turning the knife. Chicago there looking for a foul on the shot. The referees award it to West Point, but then take time to suggest that perhaps West Point tipped it, only to decide, no, West Point ball. Just three consecutive thoughts there for Chicago that all went West Point's way.
And a timeout called by West Point to get things back in order. 2-goal lead. I would first assume, if I'm new to the game, that Chicago would have called that timeout, but it looks like West Point did call it.
Yeah, it's with West Point here, it's simple execution. It'll be difficult for Chicago to create two possessions, frankly, offensively, because West Point, isn't going to get called for a passive play within the first 20, 25 seconds of this possession unless they are just really, really sandbagging it.
And that's what that speaks to? Discipline.
Well, let's hope we see it from them. It's our tax dollars it works, folks. Minute 20 remaining, and it should be enough for them to salt away. They're slowly realizing that they actually have possession of the ball. Would seem important to what they just discussed in the huddle. But now they're coming up court. The clock hasn't started yet, so we're going to take it back and do it again.
There's the whistle. There's the clock starting. Minute and a quarter to go. West Point up 38-36 our score.
Now, the most important thing West Point can do here is send wings in and out of the pivot to at least feign activity. They're not going to attack until a passive play comes up. But you can delay that as long as possible by sort of playing with the eyes of the official to make him think you're doing more to attack than you are.
Under a minute to go. Quick shot and a goal. That might be the twist of the knife that West Point needs. 45 seconds to go. 3-goal lead. And Chicago getting desperate. Fast break opportunity. 2-on-0. Save made by Chicago. And again, desperation time for Chicago.
And
whistle.
Number 17 seemed content to hold that ball for forever, but you only get 3 seconds. He was actually bailed out by that foul. The officials were about to turn that over when the foul came in from the Chicago right wing.
And Chicago looking to take the loss. Passive play called. Ball turned over as time expires.
And for those of you learning the game, that's an example of the discretion given to referees in handball, is that with clearly no intention of attacking, you cannot go into the North Carolina Phil Ford four corners offense. They immediately call for the turnover because Army it was content to sit back. Again, ultimately not dispositive to the outcome, but a great example of how it's not a shot clock, it's not hard and fast rules of when you're not attacking enough. The officials have total discretion.
And we'll get set for, or actually a final thought before we get set for Minnesota.
Yeah, I mean, very impressive by West Point coming out, getting a lead early, taking advantage of the fact that this is their first game. They're fresh, they're fit, they're young. And then having the resilience after giving away that early advantage and constantly, having to go back and forth in these ties, a couple times behind. That's a very impressive win for a team that largely relies on athleticism to tactically continually respond and get the goals that they needed.
We will pause. Minnesota Team Handball gets set to take on San Francisco Cal Heat. That comes up next. Mike and I will have that for you. West Point and Fargo Moorhead to follow. But we'll pause and have Minnesota Handball on the other side. Back at Kennedy Activity Center, game number 5 on the day, as Minnesota team handball gets set to take on the San Francisco Cal Heat. Jeff Disher, Michael King up top here at Kennedy Activity Center. Cal Heat with the first possession. Cal Heat in orange, left to right on your screen. Minnesota in the green and black, going right to left. Opening half of play, opening possession. As a loose ball eventually picked up by Paul Asphalt at right wing. That shot wide of the mark. And Minnesota will have its first possession of their second game of the day. Goalkeeper in net for Minnesota, by the way, 99, Tristan Malatriat, gets the start in the pipes.
And two teams coming at it from very different angles after their early results today against the same side. Minnesota United finding themselves dropping the game by heartbreaking game by just a goal to Milwaukee, and then Cal Heat handling that same Milwaukee team comfortably just over an hour ago.
And the whistle goes, halting play, 28:44 left to go. And Minnesota with possession. Quick shot or opportunity for a shot doesn't materialize for Minnesota, and that will draw the ire of the men in yellow.
Cal Heat out early here. As you can see, one player set forward, one defender set forward. It's a 5-1 defense as opposed to the 6-flat, 6-0 defense with everyone on the 6-meter line that we just saw both Chicago Inter and West Point play.
Finn Peterson was involved in the attack for Minnesota on that last sequence. 28 and a dime left to go, first half of play. He's Michael King. I'm Jeff Disher. Glad you have spent part of your Saturday with us, or for you diehards all day. We appreciate it all, and we appreciate the diehards sticking through the gremlins with us. And that ball thrown away. Minnesota quick possession on the ricochet. This one comes up, quick shot.
And Minnesota unable to capitalize on the lackadaisical back-checking effort from Cal Heat 2 all over that 6-meter line. Just a little faster than he thought. 6-meter came up fast. He was inside. The goal will not count.
Scoreless game, 2 minutes in. 60 is what we will play. And a quick shot there. Nice kick save from Malatriat.
And Minnesota United will push again.
And Man United with the first goal of the game, as it was, I believe it was Joel Freeby with the goal. He is listed as both a back and a pivot.
A great long pass there by Minnesota over the entire defense. Great hustle there by the left wing to create the opportunity, and they're the first on the board.
Minnesota with a 1-0 lead, 26:50 left to go in the game's opening half. Cal Heat with possession, quick shot, bounces high, and the whistle goes as well.
A double cross there. You're seeing the left wing and the left back both crossing behind the center back from the left side, and then bringing a heavy swing from the other side as well as the ball carried across, and the right back and the right wing matched. The right wing there being met at the top of his shot and fouled, giving Cal Heat the ball again.
Cal Heat in the orange with the ball. That one worked around by Knies, and Knies got it back as the effective quarterback of the quote-unquote power play. Quick shot there, ties the game at 1.
And picking up on the theme that West Point rode to victory from last game, a big rebound to get on the board for Cal Heat to tie this game early on.
Waste management looking to be a key.
It's 2021, always recycle.
Minnesota United with possession. Ball dropped off by Jorge Tenorio, and he loses possession, giving the ball back to Cal Heat.
And they'll run with pace straight down into the right wing. Tons of time, tons of space.
Great shot and a goal there. 2-1 Cal Heat.
As you often experience, you'll see in this game a lot of guys on that short side of our court, on this side, the far side going Minnesota's direction, playing right-handed in that right wing. It's abnormal. It's typically a left-handed player. so that they have access to the far side of the goal more easily. But multiple teams here suffering from a shortage of southpaws.
And a quick shot saved, loose ball, rebound try up over the cage. To your point, right-handed player on the right side has to cross his body to shoot. Not necessarily the, we'll say, cleanest.
It's also much more difficult. While good footwork can neutralize the difficulty, it's much more difficult to work right to left as right-handed player. You naturally want to swing your hips across the front of the defender to your strong hand. So it's not only more difficult to create the shooting angle, it's more difficult to beat your defender to the wide side of the court as well.
Cal Heat with possession, far side, right-handed shot goes in.
The slipping defender there capitalized upon by Cal Heat, and they're looking for a replay of their recent match against Milwaukee. Early lead here. Let's see if Minnesota can keep touch.
And for those that missed that match that Mike just referred to, Milwaukee hung tough at the end, but Cal Heat too strong at the end, as it is now 3-2. Minnesota scores about 6 minutes in. Cal Heat on the ensuing possession, shot and a goal.
And a little weight room goal there, using the goalie as a backboard, putting it in anyway.
I'll take the rebounds where I can get them, right?
Absolutely. No, they don't ask how. They ask how many, and the how many is now 4 for Cal Heat, doubling up Minnesota early on here.
4-2 our score. It's like an extra point in football. Just as long as it goes, they don't grade them.
Yeah, you see a lot more knucklers going for on extra points than you do on those typical field goals. You just got to put it in.
It counts the same. Minnesota slowing the pace down as Finn Peterson controls, and it goes out of play.
And again, Minnesota falling prey here to the same mistakes that befell Milwaukee only 2 hours ago. Sporadic pace, slow offense, stagnant offense, and then a quick move, and it turns into a turnover. And now Cal Heat will run with a chance to go up 3, and they do.
Quick shot and a quick goal. 5-2, Cal Heat.
And the pressure cranked up early here. Minnesota needing to win this game to advance as a top 2 seed in this group, and finding themselves trailing early. Not the start that they wanted after a 5-hour break between games. But we'll see if they can respond here against the aggressive Cal Heat 5-1 defense.
And I would think that 5-hour break between games would give Minnesota the theoretical advantage.
Absolutely. It's much more difficult to sort of maintain the warm body that breaks through. And
great shot and a goal there from Liam Edwards-Garrity, as Cal Heat looking to advance, and a bear hug holding play with 22-22 to go.
A great job there to chicken wing in the left arm of the shooter to bring it down so that he can't even attempt a shot through the foul. But to your point, it is certainly much easier to have the break, relax, and then warm up from scratch rather than maintaining 3 hours of warmth when you have a game and only 1 game off.
Cal Heat over far side. I'll get to a YouTube comment here in a second. No replay power up here in the booth. I know there was a YouTube comment earlier during the Chicago game that we just did that requested replays of Chicago's defensive prowess. Unfortunately, we do not have that capability. But that shot, or actually that pass went wide, shot in the goal.
Unfortunately, it'll come off all the time and space in the world for the left wing, and unfortunately, he didn't trim his toenails, but a quick turnover, and Minnesota has a chance to put this one and make it count, and they do.
And it does happen. Breakaway time for Minnesota happens, and it goes to Storch. 73 in green.
Cal Heat falling prey there to not watching the substitution box as the rest of Minnesota retreated for defense. One player subbed off, opportunistically steps on, intercepts the simple, no pressure breakout pass. An unfortunate experience there for Cal Heat.
And now Cal Heat offensively working. 5-4 our score. Minnesota looking to break out. Outlet feed tipped in.
And that will count. Oh, no, they're saying he took off from inside the 6-meter. Another fast break goal off the board for United. That is 3 gimmies taken away by violating the sanctity of what is the goalie's 6-meter space.
And timeout called
And it'll be a 2-minute penalty called by the table official. No explanation as to why.
So you're correct. The 2-minute penalty.
And as a result, Minnesota will be awarded possession. Still no clarification on what led to the 2-minute, whether it was an illegal substitution or commentary from the bench that was not appreciated. But either way, Minnesota with a quick chance to tie here, playing with the extra man for the next 2 minutes.
Back underway we go. 20 and a quarter, 20, I should say. Quarter would be 15 seconds in time, but now 20 and a quarter remaining in the first half. Minnesota with the 2-minute advantage up and over the net as the whistle goes.
You'll see the 7-meter here. Again, not a lot of contact, but very protective of left wings trying to jump into the 6, protective of their foot space, as much as anything. As soon as he commits to going into the 6, we have a timeout here by the official, as appears Cal Heat's goalie will clean off the rec specs.
7-meter throw for Minnesota upcoming. To take it, Liam Edwards-Garrity. He hits the iron, rebound, score. Stefan Storch.
We've seen that more today across our games. If you're a super fan that's been with us, you've seen more missed 7 meters rebounded and scored. It's just a heartbreaker for a goaltender because those are not high percentage saves, or in that case, an intimidation with the help of the post. Those aren't high percentage plays, so when you get one, you try not to give it right back. And fastest chest in the Midwest right there.
And a great save by the Minnesota keeper. And the keeper in net there, Tristan Malatriat.
And a great feed into the pivot there as Cal Heat got caught going up for it, as we were.
Yeah, you and I thinking the same. 6-5 our score. But Minnesota really putting the offense to work as they lead by a goal, 18:50 to play in the game's opening half.
A big 4-goal run for them over these last several possessions, erasing an early lead, but they're going to call that one back for a travel, but they're saying the foul occurred first, so it was a travel during a play on, so Cal Heat will retain possession.
6-5 our score, wipe the goal off the board, but Cal Heat will maintain the offensive possession. Far side, this one worked over towards Canese and Paul Asphalt. Asphalt goes cross court, gets it back, down low, Asphalt shimmies around one, player trailing, and Minnesota will gain possession.
A distorted possession there for Cal Heat as Minnesota runs and throws it away.
Speaking of distorted possessions.
Yeah, Cal Heat, it's difficult sometimes when you start that possession man down as they did, and your 6th man rejoins the attack. Your strategy changes. Now you're ready to attack as normal. And they did not get into one of their typical sets there. But fortunately, Minnesota gives them another shot at it, starting 6 on 6 from the jump this time.
17 and a half minutes to go. First half O play. 6-5 our score to Team Minnesota.
And a lap by the pivot there as they think, yeah, now they'll do it. The pivot cross.
And a quick shot leads to a quick goal. And we have a tie score at 6s.
A great play there to get their best shooter, that right back, the lefty, number 35, working downhill. And unfortunately, one man is not enough of a block, given the different throwing angles that he can deliver from. He can always get around a one-man block.
And that's something I've been impressed with, would be all of the shooting angles generated even after the defense closes what would effectively be shooting lanes.
Absolutely.
Quick shot there.
And it sneaks through the 5-hole. You get a piece, but not enough.
Nostradamus over here calling it. And Minnesota breaks through the shooting lane. Loose ball. Picked up by Minnesota. And an breakout, I should say. Goal.
And Austin Fisher taking his time there to play up the dribble. And fortunately for him, the back check didn't catch him as he... Small dribble until he got it going for him, and he puts it away.
Timeout. Cal Heat. 8-6 our score. Early going impressions.
Well, we've already seen the paradigm shift here early. I mean, Cal Heat came out 5-2 lead to find themselves down 8-6 4 minutes later. It's about a worst-case scenario for a 4-minute stretch. So we'll see what they decide to do on this possession, now trailing by 2 for the first time in this one.
Plenty of time to avoid the fire drill situation that we'd see late in the second halves.
Yeah, no, you stick to your game here. There are probably 60 possessions left in this game, and you only got to win by 2. That's ultimately handball's a possession-by-possession game. You can't, there's no make it, take it. And as we talked about in the last broadcast, no two-pointers. So it really is about, taking ownership, and it's simple math. It's 1 by 1. So we'll see. We'll see if they can get the first one back here coming out of the timeout.
16:22 to go. First half of play. Cal Heat will get possession. Join us on the YouTube chat and contribute. The chat will be open for both days of play here from the Fall Classic. 5 games on the docket tomorrow. And we hope that you are enjoying a gimmick-free last couple games here. Cal Heat with possession. Go ahead.
Going with the pivot cross again, feeding into the back on the opposite side, right into the defender, and having to retreat. Let's do it again.
1 into 2 usually doesn't go. Minnesota playing hard defense.
And the second consecutive errant pass by number 11, the center back for Cal Heat, played a relatively flawless game only 2 hours ago against Milwaukee. We see him on back-to-back possessions, trying that underhand flick pass. And one missing well behind, leading to the fast break goal last possession, and this one airmailed. And now Minnesota a chance to extend their lead.
Tada, the Cal Heat player that we were referring to on that last possession. Quick shot and a save. May have come off the breadbasket of the keeper.
Cal Heat not realizing yet that they have numbers as the right back for Minnesota remains down and taken to the ground there. But only and they're going to call the 2 minute for following through on that. He had contact. Unfortunately, as soon as the offensive player starts to lose his footing, if you don't get dislodged, or I should say unlatched perhaps, at that point, if you go to the ground with them, you're going to get a 2 minute every time. It always looks like a football tackle.
15 and a nickel as Cal Heat will get possession. That almost looked like a wrestling takedown too.
Yeah, and it's always difficult as a defender because there actually isn't that much contact there, but you catch him at just the right angle. He's going to the floor, and if you don't get away from the pileup, you're in trouble.
Cal Heat puts another one on the board, 8-7, and Minnesota on the ricochet, coming ahead. And on the far side, that will go over to Joel Freeby and back to Storch. Storch lost possession. Hedrick kept it alive for Minnesota. Storch, Rainbows, far corner, shot up and over the cage with a deflection.
And ultimately, a wing, the number one thing you have to be is decisive. As you see, he caught it there flat-footed, thought about it, then decided to go. Pretty much left himself no chance of accessing any of the net from that angle without a really decisive jump deep into the 6.
5 flat zone for Minnesota here defensively as they're on the man disadvantage for a little bit longer. Cal Heat with the possession, dragged down, foul called.
And again, Minnesota there, early contact, no problem, but that offensive player gets one more step and you don't get your hands off him. He's past you. And as soon as that happens, a smart player like Joel Freeby, I believe, who said, is going to just give up his feet and he's going to take the penalty. The refs have no choice but to call it. It's contact on his back that apparently, superficially at least, brought him to the ground.
Quick shot, quick goal. Cal Heat with a tying the game at 8.
6-on-4 Minnesota here. The best you can hope for is to try and kill us off, get a goal here, and only be -1 in this bit of time down 6-4. You're not going to win. You're not going to go neutral. It's about damage control now for them, having a nice long possession here to try and wait out these 2 penalties successively.
Storch got bear hugged at the end of that sequence. He handles the ball again. He gets bear hug, no goal thanks to a travel. And Cal Heat on the ricochet. Great save. Loose ball, though.
And an incredible attempt and very impressive job there by the right wing inside. It did appear that he kept his feet outside, got a full tornado shot off, collecting the ball. Couldn't quite direct it on goal, but a great effort by him. Interesting choice there by the left wing to go ahead and try that low-angle shot when you have a 6-on-4, and he had the whole fleet with him. It was a 3-on-1, and you end up taking one of the more low-angle shots you can generate with a big save there.
Great save off the Minnesota shot from Max Beloff. Listed as both a wing and a back. And Cal Heat ensuing possession. Sorry, Michael, as it goes in.
I was just going to remark, they played fast. Is that, they finally got back to 6-on-5, which is more manageable. It's actually, there's nothing manageable about a 6-on-4 at any point. But they get back to 6-on-5, and unfortunately, because they were frustrated with a call, they thought that the defender for Cal Heat had picked the ball inside the 6. Waiting back, arguing with the official, makes it a 6-on-4 effectively, and now they find themselves trailing again.
Storch had that one dropped off near a corner. Rainbow shot off the crossbar. If I had a nickel for every time a crossbar has been hit today, we'd both be rich. 9-8 our score.
And a great little two-man game there by the wing, swinging across. You don't see that a lot, a pivot wing two-man game, and as a result, Minnesota wholly unprepared. No underneath coverage. A simple seal by the pivot gives himself what's a fairly automatic scoring opportunity, unabated to the goal cage from a pretty good angle.
2-goal lead for Cal Heat. 11:23 to go in the first half. Storch gets this. Quick possession, or quick substitution on the fly for Minnesota. Storch, bear hugged, got the pass off, short side, save, rebound, whistle went.
Loose ball foul called on Minnesota. Again, a very low-angle shot. As we've talked about, that right wing, right-handed, unless you get a nice, good angle, great jump. They have a very difficult time, particularly with the size of Cal Heat's goaltender. He's a tall guy, long wingspan. He's going to eat up a lot of that angle, and you didn't have much to start with.
And Cal Heat on the ensuing possession would like to see a 3-goal lead here. Cal Heat working, shot and a goal.
And a great move there, a variation. And again, we've seen this. We're calling this a touch foul as he went through. Again, one of those things where it's a light touch, but he's beside you. You didn't let him go. They're going to call that. Unfortunately, it's very much an and-one situation where you give up the goal and you take the penalty.
10.5 minutes to play in the first half. Minnesota with the ball. It's Ellis Morfaw quarterbacking, dribbling, and the pass intercepted.
And the referees missed a double dribble call there in the sport handball.
And it leads to your point, it leads to a goal. So a missed call, or a botched call, I should say.
Yeah, in sport handball, if you deflect the ball, either when you're trying to catch it as an offensive player or deflect it away as a defender, that counts as your dribble. Okay. So if you collect it with two hands, you are not allowed to dribble again. We saw the Cal Heat defender do that there, got away with it, and to the benefit of himself, and here maybe something of a makeup call. It seemed like he had good position, but they'll go ahead and call a 2-minute penalty, and we'll play some 5-on-4 handball. We'll see that often.
You know something? For our second game together, you and I are finishing each other's thoughts because we've thought the same thing on that last sequence.
And the ball goes away. A simple pass
right into the corner.
The right back there, number 13, looking for a goal. He thought he was going to get a play on with the contact there and that playing to the left wing. He felt it affected his pass. The officials didn't think it was enough to merit the foul call, and so we're going the other way. Now 5-on-5.
That was Morfaw for Minnesota, who was impacted on that last offensive sequence. 9:20 to go in the half. And that shot goes wide, but I believe a timeout called as a player goes to the ground and a 7-meter shot coming.
Yeah, as you saw there.
Or a 7-meter throw coming, excuse me.
The dilapidated offhand, underhand shovel was because the defender had not let go of his right arm, and that's what drew the 7-meter here.
Taking the throw for Cal Heat is Paul Asfalg, and he scores, making it 13-8 in favor of Cal Heat.
And again, a game of runs here. And we saw Cal Heat leading 5-2, then trailing 8-6, and now with a 7-goal run of their own after having gone on a 4-goal run to reestablish primacy in this match. Looking for a way to stop the bleeding here as we continue to play with multiple players in the box.
Whistle goes. Far official called it. Quick, fast break for Cal. Heat leads to a goal. And it's now 14-8.
And what you see there is a difference from, say, hockey, where goals disallowed with stick motion, with basketball, where it's not a defensive violation unless it's, again, a kick on the ball. A ball touches your feet, it's the other team's ball. And that's what happened there. A mishandled pass into his feet immediately becomes a turnover to Cal Heat's way. Quick reaction, they get up court, and they extend this to a 6-goal lead.
Storch and company working ahead for Minnesota. Quick shot, save made. Ball out of play in the corner, it'll go to Cal Heat.
And they fooled this announcer because I thought the goaltender got a piece of that, which would have led to Minnesota retaining possession. But they're saying it was pipe only, and so rebound turns into Cal Heat possession. As these penalties start to balance out, now Cal Heat finds themselves down a man.
7:48 to go, first half of play. Cal Heat establishing a slower possession and slowing the game down. Loose ball. Cal Heat will pick it up. Near side, quick shot and a goal. Goes to Buitron, and Minnesota now down 7.
An unfortunate look there for Minnesota. They did well to cover that pivot seal pass, that bounce pass that has plagued them for several possessions. But an unfortunate ricochet gives it back to Cal Heat, and then a very nice low-angle cross-body right-handed shot from the right wing.
Storch with a shot and a goal.
Defender attempted to draw the charge.
Didn't work.
Listen, when the officials don't buy what you're selling, it's a tough day. Tough day for the salesman.
15-9. 6:57 left to play in the opening half. Fifth game of 6. West Point and Fargo Moorhead to wrap up the night. Next, Josh Hedrick and Josh Walenga will call it with me right up here atop Kennedy Activity Center.
And a great example there where it's just difficult. There's a lot of players in the court. There's a lot of, it's a quick play, a lot of contact there. And they're going to go ahead and get, they're going to call timeout. They're going to call timeout because ball's away. We thought maybe there was going to be a 2-minute there. The defender was hanging all over him, but it's just going to be a 9-meter.
It looked to me like a charge could have been called offensively too on that possession. Doesn't look like that's what they'll go with. It is 16-9, however, in favor of Cal Heat.
And there comes the 2-minute that was asked for. They're going to go ahead and send Cal Heat down a man for hanging all over the pivot, who did end up taking the pass from the potential charge aggressor.
You've got to get at least 2 goals here if you're Team Minnesota, and throwing the ball away like that, not going to create or pay any dividends.
Yeah, center back steps in there, had his mind made up. He was going to the pivot, and as he stepped in, it realized that is not an option. And the late decision to try and kick it out to the wing is errant, as hastily decisions often go awry.
Under 6 minutes to play in the first half. 16-9 in favor of Cal Heat. Ball bounces over. It'll come back to the top. Quick shot. Save made. And a steal leads to a fast break opportunity. And it goes to Anthony Knox, I believe, as Minnesota with possession and an 8-goal deficit.
Very frustrating turn of events there for Minnesota. You're a man up, you get the big save, you control it, and just, measure once, cut twice, immediately throws it out, and the sneaky defender from Cal Heat sticks around, hiding behind, jumps out.
Great shot and a goal there for Minnesota. That was Atnas Popov with that goal as we tick down to the 5-minute mark.
It's a big shot right there. Again, the wings aren't necessarily the premium shots you want when you're playing with a man up, so it's very, very important that you make good on them, like any shot with an extra player, but particularly when you've chosen a lower efficiency shot.
Cal Heat looking for offense. Minnesota looking for a steal. Quick shot, upper 90, shot and a goal, 18-10.
And a great example of just exceptional arm angle and shoulder mobility there as he blitzes into, Fisher coming straight through with a hammer and a big save. And another big save, closing that 5-hole, as we like up here. A couple goaltenders appreciating the art of the craft.
You are not wrong. Minnesota needed to cash in on that possession. They were unable to do so twice.
But on that last goal by Cal Heat, working a lot of contact, looking down towards the goal line. His shoulders are pointed not towards the goal, and he's able to get his shoulder back and access the far corner of the net. Such an impressive shot there to give them the 8-goal lead, and then a big succession, couple of saves on the other side.
Urban look to drop it off. Tada! Shot will stay here with Cal Heat possession on the foul by Minnesota. And Mikio Tada, by the way.
Yeah, he's a great example, and again, nothing wrong with it, but the officials have a very difficult job, and what you'll find is that the faster you take your steps and the smaller your steps are, the less likely you are to be called for a travel.
Yeah.
And he's had multiple benches at this tournament lit up with some of his footwork as far as perhaps too voluminous.
Tada, score.
That one, textbook. 1, 2, 3, far side, 9-goal lead for Cal Heat.
3 1/4 to go, first half of play. Bear hug, late whistle as Storch got bear hugged. Minnesota looked to start quick, but the official wasn't ready. Here we go.
Storch taking exception, but no, oh goodness. The pass tipped, and Cal Heat will run.
2-on-1 doesn't materialize into much. Here comes Minnesota. Short side, missed it.
A great aggressive play by the goaltender there. Low angle. He does drop it downside arm to increase his angle, but he can't quite find that post around the big body goaltender. A nice opportunistic play there to close the angle, knowing that he had committed early on to shooting that wing shot.
2:35 left to play in the first half. 19-10 our score favoring Cal Heat.
As Minnesota sees the first way that they need to get back in this game is to make some stops. So we'll see if their defense can play together and get what they need, feed into the pivot.
1-on-2, great effort there from Minnesota to hang on defensively. But what you need are defensive stops and goals on the other end to get back in it. As 2 minutes and a nickel remain in the first half.
Yeah, and the mental part of this game is when you're trailing by this, you need so many possessions to get back in it.
Yep.
And so when when you get good fouls, you get good defense like that, but you still don't have the ball. And that's the most frustrating thing that you have to combat in the mindset of the defense is that
Tada over the cage.
And they'll get, again, a 9-meter there for the contact to his ribcage as he was fading sideways.
Before the shot.
Exactly. And, so, they're continuing to make good defensive stands here to prevent us, and yet they still don't have possession to show for it. That's the most difficult thing, is finishing these possessions as long as it takes, as many 9 meters as you have to take to prevent a quality shooting opportunity.
A quick shot, nice save made by the Minnesota keeper. You need a goal here if you're Minnesota to kind of give yourself a positive influence as goals scored. Positive influence headed into recess here shortly.
And the finger roll is good. He catches the goaltender flat-footed coming out at him and is just able to float it over the top. You're not going to see that one much.
19-11 our score. Blocked down.
And a great save there by the right wing off the block shot, but unfortunately nothing comes of it as Tada quickly turns it over. And a great play there.
Fast break almost materialized, but dragged down on the play for Minnesota was Finn Peterson. He's talking to the official. And Minnesota will get the ball to resume play with 40. Actually, we'll probably be inside 35 seconds when we resume right now.
Yeah, and Finn has a point. It's very crafty play there. The defender's trying to take a wrap to prevent the fast break as we get an immediate turnover as Tada opportunistically sees it and then gives it right back into the wing.
Game of pong there, shot and a goal. 19-12.
But back to the point about Finn is that he's got the defender trying to wrap him to slow the break. He is able to swim through to get the defender behind him, so now he's being fouled from behind. And so that's what he's looking for, is a 2-minute call there.
Tada dropped it off. Far corner. Tada got it back. Now a quick shot wide of the mark off the hand of Anthony Knox, and that will do it for half number 1.
An important stop there for Minnesota to keep it at 7, down a touchdown, there's something, there's a mental hurdle to being down an extra goal, and also that 20, getting those round numbers in there. They kept it below that, facing 2 or 3 different good offensive looks from Cal Heat to finish out the half and coming up with the stop.
19-12 at the half. Mike and I will be back with half number 2, and that comes your way on the other side. Back at Kennedy Activity Center, Game 5 of the Fall Classic Minnesota team handball for you on a Saturday. Jeff Disher, Michael King up high atop on what would be the running track typically here at Kennedy Activity Center. Wanted to shout out the YouTube chat, which you can be a part of. Just drop a comment our way. We'll get to it as we can. And it looks like a Thomas M, that is not N, that would be M, says Go Cal Heat with a 3-pack of exclamation points, it looks like. But drop your comments in on the broadcast. We've had some gremlins that have worked themselves out, and we'll have championship day tomorrow. 5 games for you starting early in the morning. We'll see Michael King's Milwaukee team first. Just based on the way tiebreakers play out. But in our game here, it's Cal Heat 19, Minnesota 12. And what does Minnesota need to do to get off the proverbial schneid?
Well, the number one thing,
Mike, closer to you. There you go.
in review of the first half, it's difficult to pinpoint one thing that led to this lead. I think ultimately, the number one thing is going to have to be they're going to have to shoot a very high percentage. Cal Heat has gotten great goaltending, and some of the turnovers, some of the tactical stuff, some of the getting back on defense on fast breaks. They've certainly lost the fast break battle in this one. But the number one thing is that you're running out of possessions. You got 30 minutes. You got to win by 7 this half. The number one thing you got to do is make every single opportunity count.
Yeah, win by 8 to win it in regulation, though. Win the second half by 8, I should say.
Oh, you start with the lowest bar that's acceptable, and then if they get back to that point, they'll shoot for it.
You got to get 1 before you can think of 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right?
That's right. If only they could draw an 8-point line. They are the home team.
Right.
They might be able to get back in this thing a little quicker, but they've chosen to practice chivalry and be an honest host, and we're only going to be playing by 1s the rest of the way.
Chivalry. Oh goodness, I'm thinking of the valor phrase, and I can't think of the first half of it.
The better part of valor is what?
Oh, I can't.
Is it discretion?
Yes,
it is.
Discretion is the better part of valor. Thank you.
That's funny. You started that. I had no idea what you were talking about.
Yeah,
and we slowly pieced it together. So this is just a great team you're watching here. 3 great teams. Mr. Disher, Mr. King, and then I guess there's a couple handball teams that are going to go out of here as we check it in for the second half.
And the second half underway, 19-12, Cal Heat over Team Minnesota. Doing what we can on a Saturday to get the business done. As Minnesota starts the first possession of the half, that one dropped off by Tenorio. Far side, got it to looked like Popoff. And a quick shot, far side, goes by the wayside. And there's going to become a time, Michael, where the clock will be Minnesota's enemy. Not there yet, but there's going to become a time where that might occur.
Yeah, it's going to take, and again, they're going to call that light contact there. Ooh, perhaps a groin strain on number 9 there, Finn, I believe it was. He's going through, and that little tug as you're trying to plant and shoot. And they're going to have a 7-meter, but at what cost?
And a substitution.
Yeah, but to your point about time, as we get the Craig Kimbrell look from number 2, Austin Fisher on the 7-meter, and it's a hammer.
Most definitely. Bullseye, 19-13 in favor of Cal Heat. So you got 1. Now you can start thinking about 2.
Exactly. And as you said, it's almost unavoidable unless these next 10 minutes go exactly their way. The clock will become a factor at some point. You just want to get it to 5 minutes left. You got it within 2. They just need to make this thing playable first.
Tada and company working for Cal Heat. Over on the far side, it'll come. And a quick shot bounces in. And if Cal Heat can answer 1v1 in the goal department, Minnesota will have a mighty mountain to climb as Storch brings it back into play for Minnesota.
Unfortunately for Minnesota, they had the block in great position. There's no problems with the defense, but then a little scuttlebutt there with the pivot. Pivot goes to the ground. They all turn around to look at him, and right back for Cal Heat wastes no time in taking advantage of a short bounce shot that he puts in the top corner.
Storch lost possession briefly, but Minnesota keeps it alive.
And a great feed into the pivot, but he's all over the line.
Up and over, and that won't go. Another Go Cal Heat contributing, or comment contributed to the chat. Pamela, and I'm going to butcher this name, Retegi? Glad you've joined us as the whistle goes. 27:15 left to play. But apparently we're live and worldwide. Who knew? 7-meter throw here for Cal Heat once we get back to the ranch. Off the iron. And ball tipped around. Hedrick.
And every one of these 7-meter rebounds is turning into an adventure, but kudos to Minnesota for running that down. It has been an unbelievable spell of second chance opportunities on 7 meters, which you hate to see as a goaltender. But fortunately, Minnesota's able to salt that one away and has a chance to cut it to 6.
And they do. Right on cue.
Great position there from the pivot. He slides with the action. Nobody comes with him, and he's underneath the defense for an easy look.
Tada works this one over. And into the arc. Shot and a goal.
Speaking of sliding, naked pivots, wide open, a great feed in. But you're supposed to have that much space that close to the goal.
No. 26 and a nickel left to play in regulation. 7-goal lead for Cal Heat. Short side, but the attacker forgot the ball.
Nice tip away there to prevent the wing opportunity, but Vikings trail 21-14 to 49. Excuse me, Cal Heat leading 21-14 over Minnesota.
Storage and Company working it on. I'm failing to remember if San Francisco and Minnesota have matched up in an NFC Championship game.
That doesn't sound like a place the Vikings would be as the shot goes wide.
Right? Especially in 1998, although Atlanta was the opponent back then. Gary Anderson shanking a field goal kick.
Yeah.
Right, or wide right.
Which Minnesota Vikings fans have relived multiple times since then. Blair Walsh against the Seahawks come to mind. Only a couple weeks ago, I believe, there was a 37-yard chip shot that went very awry. So,
speaking of field goals, though, new NFL record, 66 yards.
Justin Tucker for the win. Again, what Minnesota wouldn't give for a three-point opportunity from any distance at this point. Another bar out, just as he did on the 7-meter there for the right back. Keeping Minnesota with, hope is alive. 24 minutes to make up 7 goals.
The iron unkind as that ball blocked out of play. Hedrick will bring that one in for Minnesota.
Fisher ran himself into trouble there. Very good fortune that just gets tipped out and maintains Minnesota possession.
Storch dropped it over, eventually getting it back to the last line of defense.
Ooh, an errant pass, looking for the pivot, but the pivot was actually sinking his hips, not going up for a high pass, and Cal Heat will run.
Just a bit of miscommunication on Minnesota's end, and that ball almost deflected away. Quick shots, and short side miss from Cal Heat.
Minnesota a bit disorganized there, trying to decide who was going to play the end defender, and as a result, advantageous play to take the end. You're seeing the 7-meter because in trying to jostle the shooter, he retreated into the 6. So because there was contact in the 6 with the shooter, it's going to be a 7-meter.
7-meter throw for Tutta. 23:59 to go in the game. Quick shot, or actually fake shot. I believe it stayed out.
No, it looks like it was back bar, but he fooled both of us and the goaltender with that first fake shot. We thought it was coming out.
22-14 our score. But it came out as quick as it went in. Can Minnesota...
And that's a double dribble. And this time they do call it. What Cal Heat was able to go +1 on a goal for earlier, the officials have reread the rule book at halftime, and that'll be a turnover going Cal Heat's way. Again, as we discussed earlier, you bobble that pass, you tip a pass. A tipped ball is the initiation of your dribble sequence. So if you do clasp it with both hands, you are out of dribbles.
And you can't even take a step with it, can you? That shot saved So you could take a step
your
with
3 steps are renewed each time that you end a dribble, catch the ball, end a dribble. So he would have had 3 steps, but unfortunately put the ball ground first. Which again, it looks to be a convert from basketball, and they're going to get him there for 3 seconds waiting with the ball. They're just picking on the poor fellow right now with back-to-back turnovers on nuanced handball plays. As I was saying, he appears to be a basketball convert, and the hardest thing is to get yourself to start running without dribbling. You're used to putting the ball on the floor to get moving, but you want to use your steps first.
Intercepted by Minnesota. Fast break opportunity. Shot in the goal.
Goalie caught off balance there. Did not expect the fast break shooter to rise up from 10 meters.
Erickson, the goal scorer.
And he wisely puts it where the goalie isn't to cut this thing back down to 7.
I believe that's what they teach you. Put it where they ain't.
Yeah, well, goalies don't tell you ahead of time where they're not going to be, as it turns out. We find ourselves hitting them more often than we ought to.
We've been there on the goalkeeper side of things, though.
That's right. And an interception there, but given right back. Where's it going to go? A lot of contact with a loose ball. There will be no call. Pushed with a high fly ball to center. Back. Hedrick not able to corral it as it goes over the line, and now Cal Heat will push because why not? Reckless abandon going both ways.
Hedrick had to play it off the baggie if we're talking about the Metrodome in right field.
I think he would have loved to play a carom there rather than having to sky for that ball. It didn't look like it was ever coming down.
Well, if we were at Tropicana Field in Tampa, depending on where it landed, it could be a home run or a foul ball, especially if it hits the roof. 21-21 to go. Loose ball, fast break opportunity for Minnesota with a trailer score.
And absolute bedlam ensues.
Yeah.
As you have 2 players tied up, both looking a little bit worse for the wear. That was, frankly, a triple dribble on that fast break. He played the ball out in front of him, so sort of like passed it to himself rather than dribbling.
And the Cal Heat player looking for a double dribble call. Timeout, Cal Heat.
Now, did they take retribution on the complainer on that double dribble? Did they end up calling a 2-minute for unsportsmanlike for the unkind words?
I only saw the timeout called. We've got YouTube comments or chat comments coming in. James Mock says, "Go Josh." I am assuming Hedrick, or you could say Walenga. And I have got Akref Briki, if I'm reading that name correctly, says "Go Cal Heat" with a sunglassed smiley.
I'm starting to think these YouTube fans, we're happy they're engaged, but they seem to be playing the results. We're getting a lot more Go Cal Heat now that they have a comfortable lead in the second half. Didn't hear a whole lot of Cal Heat lifers when this game was still in the balance.
And when Minnesota was going on a run in the first few minutes.
That's right.
21-11 to go.
But the fans have shown up now, and they'll get to root on the Cal Heat offense here as they try to extend this lead back to 11. It's taken 8 minutes and 49 seconds, but Minnesota has finally successfully eaten into that Cal Heat halftime lead.
6-goal lead now with 21-11 to go. Cal Heat with the ball. Canese.
And we'll see.
We'll establish possession. Go ahead.
We'll see if Cal Heat comes out of timeout with their typical tactical double cross that they've gone to several occasions. And coming out of a settled timeout, you think they'd run something more complex out of their offense, and that's probably as complex as it gets with double cuts here.
Canese to Tata. Canese dropped it off.
And there it is, the double cross, but he turns it off and puts it in.
Great shot and a goal there. 23-16 now. As Minnesota looking to turn and go. Quick shot and a quick answer. 23-17.
A lot of contact there. The one defender for Cal Heat looking to draw a charge, but he got there at the same time as the offense player. You got to beat him there if you want the charge.
And the tie goes to the offensive player.
That's right.
20-19, 18 and 17 to go. Second half, Tata and Canese playing catch. Canese works it far side, gets it back. Catch being played as a handoff made. Tata, bear hugged. And with the bear hugs, those were called a lot quicker earlier in the day.
Yeah, and you wonder if it's fatigue from the refs or if Tada breaks through and he
Tada
will score.
Yeah, it's you wonder if they've just seen more players make plays because they can't. The refs do have the option to play the advantage, so they must just have made the decision that there's still more that can be done. As you saw there, he gets the chance to see if he can generate a good shot, and then they call it back for the foul. It's the only explanation I can come up with here is the officials' tastes change, just like ours as the day goes through.
I'm with you. Storch works this one ahead for Minnesota. Hederick dropped it off, got it back to Storch eventually. Storch at what would be the point if we were on ice. And a quick shot short side off iron. Rebound goes to Cal Heat.
And the post saves a fishing defender who thought he was going to pick a pass off.
And now little physical play there in the middle of the court. Turn and go. The shot doesn't go. And that is Walenga in net for Minnesota, by the way.
A big save there by Walenga. That's a heartbreaker when Minnesota and trying to come back to have a ball like that where you successfully defend the pass to Pitt, have it bounce away for a wing shot like that. That's a big save because that goal hurts more when you had a chance on a good defensive play first.
24-17 will hang right here. Minnesota with possession, down a touchdown. Pigskin not on campus here at the Activity Center. Last I checked.
Well, that's the only way a Minnesota team can get to 17. Certainly not going to kick a field goal. So, taking under here, Minnesota. Oh, and there is a great play to deny the pivot pass. And
Storch, I think he tried to go under the legs, but Storch came up lame on the right knee. Quick shot, score, and we're looking for an injury timeout. We get one. Storch fell on his right knee as it's 25-17 with 17:59 to go in the ball game.
Good to see him up for Storch. It's very difficult. It's awful when you get slippery floor. You can't help but go down if you hit a slip spot. And so there are landmines out there from time to time that nobody, usually the guy that goes to the floor, he knows he sweat all over the floor. But every once in a while, as the play goes on, you forget that there's a wet spot out there. And it's an unfortunate turn of events there for Minnesota. Storch hurts himself, or I should say the floor hurts him, and then Cal Heat goes the other way with a great finish by Tada, who kind of caught himself between dribbles there, but takes off his right foot, which is abnormal, and finishes anyway.
Hederick and company advancing with an 8-goal deficit to work through. 17:45 to go in the game. Dropped to Hederick. Hederick with a shot, and he missed it. But Minnesota maintains possession. Hederick looking in the right corner. But the ball goes back up top, and a penalty, looks like a 7-meter throw coming in a 2-minute.
And he's lucky it's only that. He's behind the player. He has him roped around the hips, and that could have been very, very dangerous.
Horse collar, yep.
Yeah, exactly. And so Lancerna's back, and what do you know? As soon as they get the wet spot mopped up that victimized Storch, there's another one down there. So hopefully they go ahead and get that cleaned off because somebody just went down on their back right in a high-traffic area. But they're going to go ahead and just have them take the 9.
9-meter shot and a goal.
A good goal there. Very important juncture of the game for Minnesota. A man up, trailing by 7 as we approach the midpoint of this second half. They absolutely have to go +2 or +3 here in this 2-minute stretch with an extra man.
Tada and Renault. 17:05 left to play in the game. Renault, 3 in orange. Quick shot. Foul called against Minnesota.
And you hate to see that. That's very much he's significantly larger than the offensive player. There's no 2-minute penalty to be called there. He goes right into the defender, initiates the contact. The defender's in good position, but unfortunately, the ref saw it differently from his angle than we have up here in the perch, and so now it'll be 5-on-5, and the Minnesota chance to play with a man up for the remainder of the penalty is extinguished.
And usually a guardrail does not move in that instance. Shot and a goal for Cal Heat, and they go up 8.
Another well-placed low bounce shot from the right back. He's been a difference maker in both games for them today. Just instant offense with him cutting through the defense. A great steal there by Tada.
Tada with the steal, and Renault out of bounds. Did Minnesota, and you played Minnesota to start the tournament, did they struggle with that, in your opinion, on the bounce pass in the game this morning?
This morning, they took a decidedly different tack. They were much more focused on taking away the pivot, that inside pass. And so there were a lot more shooting lanes on the edges and through the middle with movement. In this game, they're playing a much more balanced, neutral type of defense. They're just not quite moving enough.
Hedrick with the goal here.
As we see another second chance goal. It's uncharacteristic, frankly, to see as many as we've seen here today and just in this game. But back to 7, and we continue to play 5-on-5 for what appears to be another 12 seconds before Cal Heat will take a man advantage.
15:40 to go in the game. Jeff Fisher, Michael King, a.k.a. Eagle Eye, up here in on the perch. Save made by Walinga. 26-19 our score, favoring Cal Heat.
A big save there by Walinga. Again, it gets more and more demoralizing when you're trailing by even more than you were at halftime. Minnesota has any chance of coming back in the second half of the second half. They're going to need more of that from him.
And the ball stolen will stay right here. There's a foul called.
Minnesota mistimed, looking for what the handball version of alley-oop called Kempa, and fortunately they're bailed out because the Cal Heat defender jumped up from inside the 6 to defend it. It was not going anywhere. But, now we're back to 6-on-6.
And Walinga playing up towards the midline. Quick shot, save made. And the rebound goes to Cal Heat as well.
Created a good shooting lane. Unfortunately, he put it threw it right at the goalie's face, and he got his hands up there to protect himself, which we're all thankful for.
6-on-0 zone for Team Minnesota. Down 7. Under a football quarter in duration remaining. Renault and company working for Cal Heat. Over to the far side. Renault gets it here.
And another great save on a wonderful pivot feed by Renault. Another great save by Walinga. He is giving his team a chance to come back in this game. That is his 4th or 5th save of the half. We'll get stats on that, but that's as much as you can ask for. That's 2 point-blank opportunities on back-to-back possessions, and yet Minnesota only trails by 7.
I've got that as the 4th big save he's made in the second half to keep Minnesota in it. Shots will not count. Minnesota will maintain possession with a 9-meter throw. Quick shot up over the cage. And Minnesota comes up empty.
Something of the bullfighter approach to defense there by Cal Heat. Jumping up into the 6, the shooter for Minnesota definitely thought he was going to draw contact, and when the defender's body wasn't there to meet him, everything was moving too fast, and that ball sailed high at a hefty pace.
This is no rodeo, though. 26-19 our score.
Fisher just missing the steal, but fortunately it's still messy for Cal Heat, and a turnover. Now Fisher.
Breakaway time. Quick shot and a goal. 26-20.
The crow hop steamer from Austin Fisher. Playing shortstop out there, throw across the diamond rather than taking the typical tact of catching that ball, taking your time, and jumping into the 6 for a shorter shot. He goes ahead and heats it up to probably around 80 miles an hour there from about 9 meters and punishes the goalie 5-hole.
Which, as 2 goaltenders can attest, very painful.
Yeah, you're breathing a sigh of relief as a goalie when a guy pulls up from there rather than coming in and shooting from 5 or 4 meters, and then it goes through you.
Here's Cal Heat with a shot and some heat put on that. 28-20 now.
And another instant offensive approach from Cal Heat. Every time they've needed a goal in 2 games, their right back has just swung right across the middle, unabated, hard shot, and has put it in. He does again.
Correction, 27-20. And a nifty maneuver, as I believe that was, and I'll look up the number here, Max Belov going to his back, trying to get that shot away.
Yeah, it's an ill-advised pass. He tried to make the best of it. Unfortunately, he couldn't go up and grab it amid the trees and still come down with his feet outside the 6, so even the overhead whip wouldn't have counted.
Cal Heat ensuing possession, 27-20 our score. 11:43 to go in the game. Cal Heat looking to add to their lead. Quick shot, baked. And Walinga bit on the fake, surrendering a goal, 28-20 now.
And 2 consecutive missed calls there by the officials. It's unfortunate. The first was a travel in the lead up to what was eventually a nice fake shot in goal. And then there,
when the goalie throws the ball back to center, if the defensive team recovers, it is their job to stay out of the way of the goalie's pass back to center. And so the fact that hit a Cal Heat player in the back should automatically be a 2-minute penalty because they neutralized any chance of a Minnesota break.
And a great save there, but you and I caught the issues that Minnesota had with the end of that sequence, and Walenga coming out to potentially voice his displeasure as 10:50 remains to be played. 28-20 our score.
Fisher catches a great feed, his pivot there. It gets stopped up. He tried high heat to the short side corner. Big save by the goalie, but then on the rebound, the Cal Heat defender was found to have undercut the wing trying to jump in, and as a result, now Fisher will have a second try at it. Again, with the Kimbrel stance, 3-7.
7-meter throw for Minnesota. Score, 28-21. Cal Heat with the ensuing possession, 10:40 to go in the game. Fifth of six here from the Kennedy Activity Center as Tada controls this. Tada, Reno, and Canese.
And these teams could really do us a favor. It's maintained a 7-goal deficit for most of this half, which is making it very difficult to dampen our football reflexes. But still 28-21, and it's a handball game.
Canese to Tada. Canese almost ran into a wall. Tada scored. No, traveled.
Yeah, they're saying the foul occurred before the travel, but it will take the goal off the board.
28-21, 9:55 to go. And most importantly, Cal Heat keeps the ball as Canese works here. Canese dropped it off and a nifty shovel pass. Quick shot, beats Walenga.
Goodness gracious, it's for whoever takes it, whether it'll be Army, Chicago, or Fargo, depending on the result of our next game, whoever plays Cal Heat in their first game tomorrow has got to find a solution for this right back. That was a broken play by Cal Heat. They wanted a pivot cross. There was a miscommunication. It still turns into a goal because as long as he sweeps across the middle, that ball's going in the back of the net every time.
And Minnesota shot, but the foul occurs before the shot could go. 29-21 now. Cal Heat with the lead, and they're on defense. Whistle, and we'll stay here. 9 minutes to go. Now you start to think of the clock as an issue.
Yeah, the Minnesota's tact will have to be score every time, and oh goodness, net in the air. It's great defense, a lot of contact. This is handball, folks.
And the important thing again, we'll stay here. Minnesota maintains the extended possession. Quick shot up over the cage, and they do nothing with it.
So unfortunate there. Number 8 makes a great play, drags 2 defenders with him, creates a gap right in the middle of the defense, and unfortunately, our right back is flat-footed, so he has to settle for an outside shot. He could have shot that gap if he catches that with momentum, and it's almost a sure goal.
That's Edwards Garrity on that last possession for Minnesota. 8:20 to go in the game. 29-21, now 30-21, favoring Cal Heat, and Walenga begging the crossbar. Loose ball,
Garrity
stolen.
And Fisher not on the same page there.
And score 31-21 now.
Now it'll be up to Minnesota. They got to score every time, and they need to focus. We'll see if they have any timeouts to take because they need to discuss putting in a pressure defense. If not to get steals, to rely on Walenga to make saves, what they have to do is force Cal Heat to create more possessions, get them to shoot quickly by playing up court on them.
Would you also transition to a man-to-man defense versus a zone? Great shot there. And goaltender down. I believe he took a handball to the beam.
Yeah, it's been a bit dramatic. You hate to see it, and we don't want to speculate on anything, but from this view, and I had a direct angle at him in the chest, and the fact is that's, and as you see, he popped up right away.
Yes.
But again, it's handball culture that the goalies are out there, somewhat unprotected. If you hit a guy in the head, you're liable to potentially get a 2-minute penalty for hitting the goaltender in the face, and that's what he's trying to draw there. And as soon as he sees it's not forthcoming, he pops right back up. So a little gamesmanship there from the goaltender, feigning a traumatic injury. Not that Fisher can't move it. That's a hammer, but you'd rather take it in the chest than in the beam, as you said.
Agreed. And usually the men in yellow in this case will win that war.
Now,
stoppage here.
It hit a sweaty chest. They're probably trying to figure out how to dry the ball off real quick. It does get a little slippery when you get a large amount of sweat on there. I think we're ready to go again.
More Cal Heat fans joining the chat. We encourage you to drop us a line in the live chat to the right of your game window. Canese over the top, save Walanga. Fast break opportunity. Walanga to Josh Hederick, thank you, and the goal created. 8-goal lead now for Cal Heat, 31-23.
I was certain you knew that guy.
It's been a day and a half.
Well, when they're moving that fast,
yes.
It's tough to see anything. You're near the speed of light, and a big finish off the goalie and in.
Josh to Josh is how I would have referenced it, and it's actually a 9-goal lead for Cal Heat, 31-22. I'll correct myself as that ball bounces out of play. Walanga now. I'd almost go fast break if I'm Walanga.
Yeah, no, there wasn't a pass there for him, but you're absolutely right. Hedrick's alone in the corner, and all you're looking to do is create the first good shot because, as you rightly pointed out at the beginning of the half, time has now become a factor, and that's a great shot by Garrity.
31-23, Garrity with the goal.
He takes the goalie with him, who's fading with his shoulders as he moves across the defense, and he fires it back to the right post, left if you're the goaltender. We should talk from a goaltender's perspective.
Yeah.
I think it's only fair. But yeah, great shot. Him using the goaltender's momentum against him. There's almost no way to try and reposition in front of that shot and then get back to it unless, particularly not coming out of pandemic. I don't think those goalies have seen many shots in recent months.
Flat 6 defense here for Minnesota. And shot and a goal. Walanga got a hand to it, but not enough to affect it. 9-goal game, 5:20 to go. Timeout, Minnesota, as it's a 9-goal game, 5:20 left.
And again, they don't have a foil for it yet. Walanga almost got to that one. The fact is that any time Cal Heat is in any kind of trouble, the right back swings across the top, and it has been
lights out.
Every time?
Yeah.
Every time. You can't shoot a better percentage than 100%, I'm told. I'm not an analytics guy, but I'm old-fashioned. I believe in squeeze plays.
There you go. No baseball glove, no baseball for the squeeze play. However, 9-goal game. Kind of quickly talk about what you're looking forward to tomorrow being first out.
Well, hopefully everybody gets a good night's sleep. Some of these trips come, handball's a wonderful sport. We take it very seriously. Some of these trips turn to be social a little bit. So hopefully the team gets a good night's sleep. And knowing that we have something to play for tomorrow as a result of, unless this result doesn't hold, we will survive a tough loss to Cal Heat and still advance as the second team in our group. So it's good to play, and it's good to play knowing that you still have a chance at the hardware, and that's what we'll have bright and early.
Early tomorrow morning, I believe games start at 9 a.m. here at the Kennedy Activity Center. Myself and the two Joshes, much like in the next game, will guide you through it. Might call you back if you're still here, Mike, as the shot sticked away, so to speak, by the Cal Heat defender or goaltender.
Fisher there again. Looking for foul contact, but we're going to see the pace of this game pick up a lot, and there's probably going to be less officials. If you get a good look at goal, they're going to probably call less of the 9s than they were earlier in this game. So you're definitely not going to get that call as we tick under 5 minutes.
I could also see whistles being swallowed and just letting the guys play. Canese dropped it down low to no Cal Heat player in particular. Fast break time for Minnesota goes by the wayside. As that pass intercepted.
Well defensed by Canese there, and they stopped the break.
Storch with the bear hug.
Good to see Storch back out there. Slipped on a wet spot earlier if you were with us, and again, it's one of those non-contact things that can be awful. But it looks like he just banged his knee on the hardwood pretty good, and he's back out there toughing it out.
Possession for Cal Heat, as this is worked to Canese. Far side. Switching positions. Canese has the ball intercepted. Fast break opportunity for Minnesota. Goes into the net. 32-24. The scorer was I believe, Chris Lano.
Interesting look there from Minnesota to change up defenseman. They're actually locking the pivot. They wanted that pivot cross, and Knies ran himself into nowhere when that first option wasn't there. Opportunistic steal and score to cut it to 8 for Minnesota, but they seem content to let this run, but for the mix-up with the pivot lock.
Tada. Try to get a shot away. Quick shot. Just beating Walanga.
It's a little shocking that that's the first time we've seen that play from Calhoun. Oh, wait. That's the right back swinging across the top for another goal to salt this thing away. He has been an absolute gunner this afternoon.
Minnesota has no answer. 2:50, 2-1-0. 2:50 left to go in the regulation time. Bear hug, halting play. And that's what Calhate's going to do down the stretch here, is just slow the game down and regain the field, or the court position, I guess, if you will, through bear hugs like that. Substitution coming on for Calhate, by the way, and that would be Renault.
Yeah, you start to wonder if the officials will go ahead and close pass. If the game's not really in the balance anymore, it's 9 goals. Minnesota's playing a flat defense, not pressing aggressively. At the same time, it's been now 30 seconds of substitutions and slow play by Calhate. Typically, in any game that's even close to competitive at this stage, you'd have seen a passive called by now.
Quick shot, beats Walanga.
And even when it's blocked, it isn't. That right back made a deal with the devil this afternoon. Nobody's ever saw such a high percentage.
Storch works this one on. Travel. Whistle goes, and I believe we'll stay here. 1:44 and ticking.
Nice sportsmanship there by Tada. There's actually nothing. The offense is responsible for going to get the ball, and he keeps it moving even though they can just let the clock tick, tick, tick.
And that's what the clock will continue to do. 1:28 left to go. Storch with this for Minnesota. Bear hug. No call until late.
Little extra curriculars there from both Storch and the number 5 defender there for Calhate. Fisher down the wing.
Great shot off the side of the iron.
And they're going to say that contact from the defender came inside the 6, so Fisher will do his best Craig Kimball impression for us again.
7-meter throw is what that means. Minute to go. Storch to come to within 9. Storch. Low
and slow
and outside, and it goes down 34-25, even with the result not in doubt.
Clock ticks under 40.
40 seconds to go. Renault advances this with Tada's help, and we'll see Calhate later in the day tomorrow as they get ready for elimination play.
Now
medal play, I should say.
Now Minnesota's starting to press, excuse me for that. It's a very odd decision with 30 seconds left down 9 that now's the time to go fast.
Walanga. Yeah, I if I'm honest, I don't get it either. Storch. 10 seconds to go. Maybe confidence into the day tomorrow. Quick shot and a goal as time expires. So the result, 34-26 to Calhate, who go 2-0 on the day. They'll advance comfortably into the later games tomorrow as the teams shake hands. Your final thoughts on 2 games from up high?
Commanding performance by Calhate. Minnesota had it in touch early, regained control after giving it up early, but then it got away from them. And interesting choice. As we tick, we were down 7 with about 6 minutes left. They chose not to install a press, and so this was academic for the home stretch.
Fargo, Moorhead, and West Point to follow. Michael, been a pleasure. We'll see you tomorrow, and we'll have West Point, Fargo, Moorhead coming up on YouTube. Stay tuned. Final game of the night. Fargo Moorhead and West Point. From here, day one of the Minnesota Fall Classic. Jeff Disher with you. It'll be Josh Wallinga and Josh Hederick joining us shortly as we begin play with the Fargo Moorhead, or the West Point with possession to start. West Point in the white jerseys with the camo numbers. Fargo Moorhead in the dark jerseys. Back down low, this one goes to Sheffield, and he misconnects. Goalkeeper for the Fargo Moorhead Wolves is Christian Sorum. He had a ball, no pun intended, in Fargo's first game earlier this afternoon. West Point with possession. Their second possession is that one dumped off by Sheffield. Far side, quick shot and a goal. 1-1 our score early in the contest. Fargo Moorhead working this ahead. This goes to Ekman. Inside, quick shot, save made off the shot from Nails. And now the ball stolen. Fargo Moorhead looking for a penalty, not going to get one. As they actually come ahead. Quick shot and a goal. And about 2 minutes in, it's 2-1 Fargo Moorhead. West Point looking to answer. This is Sheffield over far side. Gray. Sheffield to Gray. Gray looking up top, not going to find an angle to shoot with. Gray dropped off. Got it over to Windish. And he shoots high. 2 minutes in. 2-1 our score. Ball bounds out of play. It should be West Point ball. It is indeed West Point ball. 27:45 left to play in the first half of play. West Point looking to go to work. Drop to Sheffield. Sheffield goes over to Gray. Gray up and over. His shot misses. Feel free to join the YouTube chat, and we'll get to comments throughout the game as Fargo Moorhead controls this. It'll go to Sounders, not to be confused with the Major League Soccer team. Whistle goes before the shot. And Fargo Moorhead with possession. Sounders quarterbacking the power play, if you will, for Fargo Moorhead as a bear hug almost halts play. McCory, bouncing ball, whistle went. Sounders goes over, far side, contact, whistle went. 26:20 to play first half, 2-1 our score. And a quick shot and a goal for Fargo Moorhead. It's now 3-1 in favor of Fargo Moorhead. And West Point looking to get off the schneid. Ball bounds over, and it'll go to Gray. Whistle went, and a halt to play. West Point will maintain possession. And that goes to Gray. Gray quarterbacking the power play, if you will. Gray dropped it off, got it over to Sheffield. Dropped over far side. Sheffield tipped partially, and Fargo Moorhead escapes with nothing given up. Ekman shoots, and it bounces high. As the goal, or the net knocked off its moorings, so to speak. Fargo Moorhead with possession and a 3-1 lead, 5 minutes in. As that came over to Sounders, quick shot near side, save made by Spencer Knudsen. Knudsen and company score. It's now 3-2. West Point, the home team on the scoreboard, down a goal. As Fargo Moorhead comes forward. McCory got it back. Moshe McCory as opposed to Neymar. 7 for Neymar as the shot from the far side dribbles just outside the arc. Moshe wears number 6. Pass in front. We have a tie game at 3-all. Brought ahead by Fargo Moorhead across the timeline. 23:50 to go in the first half. Jeff Disher here with you. 3-all our score. Josh Hedrick and Josh Walenga should be joining shortly. Fargo Moorhead with possession. They're black and yellow jerseys. Ekman tried to get a shot away. He's bear hug. And the halt to play. There's another bear hug, and West Point slowing the game down massively. Quick shot wide of the mark, and West Point avoids defensive failure on that last possession. Ball brought over by Luke Windish and company. Quick shot, and the goal scored by Noah Sheffield. Sheffield, the listed right back for West Point. 22-35 rather to go in the game's opening half. 4-3 West Point as Fargo Moorhead advances this. Looked like a 3-3 zone. Quick shot that Fargo Moorhead got through. But West Point playing in a 3-3 zone. Now Fargo Moorhead playing a 6 flat. Now the ball dropped off to Frazier. Quick shot, far side, save made. Up the floor now comes Fargo Moorhead. Dropped over near Sounders, and Sounders tried to get around one. He's pushed off the ball. Body contact called. And Sounders scores. 5-4 our score. 21 minutes to play in the first half. West Point answers as it's 5-all. Substitute coming on for West Point as Fargo-Moorhead controls. 6 flat zone, actually maybe a 4-2, as a bear hug forces the ball out of play. And Fargo-Moorhead controls. Bear hug, holding play. Sounders up over the net. And now on the fast break, here comes West Point. This goes to Killebrew. Sandmo, no relation to the Twins, is Harmon. For those of us in Minneapolis who have followed the Twins a long time. Quick shot, and the goal scored by Luke Windish. Fargo-Moorhead now with possession. They're down 6-5. 19:40 left to go. First half of play. Final game of the night here from Kennedy Activity Center in Bloomington. Pass intended for Johnson, and he had to corral it. Here comes West Point, though. On the fast break, Johnson shot for West Point up off the iron, and the iron unkind. Here comes Fargo-Moorhead. Johnson advances this. And a quick shot, but a whistle goes, holding play, 18:55 to go in the game's opening half. We'll get to Josh Hedrick in a moment as a quick shot bounds in. And it looks like a timeout in favor of, or timeout taken by West Point as Josh Hedrick set to join us. You know which headset you're going to take there. There we go. And this timeout, a perfect opportunity to introduce or reintroduce Josh Hedrick to the booth. And you just came off the floor. I can sense the intensity coming off the top of your head. Thoughts? Hold on here.
Yeah, we'll get that.
There we go.
Well, it was a fun game. I hate losing, 100%. I mean, what athlete doesn't?
Spoken words.
But I gotta say, that game with Cal Heat was one of my favorites. It was just, the competitiveness, the back and forth, just good play. Yeah, it got chippy, but afterwards, it was just all respect, and that's the one thing I love about the game here. So, yeah, moving on to tomorrow, looking to see who we play. I know this game will have a big indication on who we play.
It will, and with 18:37 to go, both of these teams look very even. And I've noticed that West Point play a flat. It looks to me like a flat 6, or maybe I can argue a 4-2. But Fargo-Moorhead controlling this. It'll go to Johnson, shot and a goal.
Really nice play. Really nice play. Yeah, I'd say it's an aggressive 6-0, maybe an offensive 6-0. But there's a little bit of movement like a 4-2. But definitely not the full capability. When you see a 4-2 happen, it's definitely more present. You'll know.
Check that. Fargo-Moorhead controlling. Johnson controls this for the Wolves and gets it back. Johnson looked to dish it down low. His shot scores. (7-6) Fargo-Moorhead. Wanted to share a YouTube comment here from the chat. one of the commenters asks about the officials, and we have a female official on this crew this evening, and the comment basically suggests that is great for the sport.
Absolutely. Yeah, she honestly don't know a ton about her, but I know that her and actually the man that is calling the game. What a nice shot!
Great shot and a goal there, 7-all.
The male referee right there. He's actually part of the club. Been part of the club for a long time. Galen. Both of these are kind of newer entries into the handball referee world. So you're kind of looking at the future of what refereeing will be. They're going to get their experience in. They're going to get their their reps in, and just kind of move it forward. I know that the National Referee Committee of USATH, they really want to set a new precedence and get people refereeing. Nice shot.
West Point with a fast break shot and a goal. 8-7 West Point. 16-15 to go.
That's West Point. I mean, right there in a nutshell. That is. It's fast breaks, getting the goal, but then when they slow it down, they're fast and aggressive.
Fargo Moorhead looking to turn and go. Austin Johnson to Davis Ekman. Johnson, Ekman down low here near corner. And we saw you camped out in this near corner when Michael King and I were up here calling the Minnesota game as Fargo Moorhead scores.
Great shot by Allen. Great shot.
But you were plenty open in the near corner here on numerous occasions.
Yeah, again, it's really just how the play comes to you. Cal Heat was definitely playing really aggressive up on our backs, which is good. Because a lot of the offense does come, especially from our offense, to the backs. Never really got a great, clear opportunity to get it to me in the wing, and maybe a couple misses, but no here and there. Oh, great shot there.
What a shot, upper 90, and it's 9-8. But back to the officials, if I can go for just a second. How would I get involved in on the refereeing side of USA Handball?
Best thing you can do, go to the USATH website. You can Google it. I believe it's also usateamhandball.org.
Okay.
Good defense by the Wolves.
I agree with you. Quick shot, though, leads to a tie game. Actually, check that. 10-8 Army, or West Point.
Yeah.
No Army, B Navy.
Yeah, Army, West Point, all the same. So that'd be the best thing. If you are looking, and I'm telling you, if you love the sport of handball, and you're looking at this game and you're like, you know what? I don't think I could run up and down the court like those guys. I don't think I would want to play that defense and take that physicality. And you know what? I don't think I'd want to play it, but I love handball. Referee is a perfect opportunity to not only get involved with handball and the handball community, but help grow the sport as well, because we always need referees.
10-9 our score in favor of West Point, as this one is delivered down low by Sheffield, who gets it back up top. Sheffield, right on cue, dropped it off. Quick shot, far down and in.
One of the sweetest goals that you can get in handball is that top post, and it just bunkers down into the net. Sweet, sweet sound.
For every time Walanga earlier heard a crossbar, I think it was a buck.
Yeah, I think that he was at $20 at one point.
Fast break for West Point.
Nice save by Christian.
Great save, Sorum. Christian Sorum looked great in the earlier game we did, and looking great here too. 13:24 to go in the first half. Jeff Disher, Josh Hellerick. I got it. Better late than never. Kick saving a beauty. Out of bounds. And Walanga, I suppose, getting a much-deserved rest.
Absolutely. Yep. Well-deserved rest. Definitely had a nice showing out with Cal Heat. Cal Heat's a tough team. 100%. You saw 35. Fantastic right back. It just comes off his hands. So nice.
And quick, too. West Point with a shot there. Goes wide. And as we tick down to the 12.5-minute mark. 20 goals already in the first 18 minutes of thereabouts. With it being 11-9 here, West Point with control. Hedrick and Disher with you up top from Kennedy Activity Center. Gremlin free. And a goal scored there for West Point, making it 12-9.
Yeah, West Point, not the best passing at that point. Bounced off a Wolf, and it landed right in the hands of an Army player, and that's a goal.
Now, can Fargo-Moorhead answer is the question. We'll see here. 11:55 to go in the first half as this one dropped back to Sounders. No relation to the MLS team name, as Sounders got it back, quarterbacking the point, if you will. Bear hug holding play. Saw a lot of that. As a quick shot there, sticked aside, we'll say, by West Point's goaltender Spencer Knutson. Ensuing possession for West Point as the ball is dropped to Sheffield, and they work it cross court. Quick shot, blocked. Sheffield picked it up, keeping possession alive. Quick shot, did that stay out? It did.
Foul, though.
Foul before the shot.
Still great positioning by Christian. Great positioning.
Strom, I would say, player of the day if I were given a vote.
He's had a day, and it's been amazing to see him, in that development, in that goalie position after playing hockey. Actually,
Schneider with the shot, save Strom.
Former hockey player, former hockey goalie, Christian, and just like any goalie from another sport, I know Willinga can definitely attest to this. It does take some time, but as soon as it clicks, and it's definitely clicking for Christian today. Woo, that's a nice pass.
Great pass and a great, even better save. Fast break opportunity for West Point. Shot and a goal. 13-9 now in West Point's favor. 10, 12, 11, and 10 to go in the first half.
Bummer for number 5, Indy, not being able to bury that. He had a great tiptoe on that line, and just couldn't bury it. Maybe next time.
Fargo-Moorhead with possession this side. It'll go to Mashi McCory, who works at cross court. McCory got it back. McCory went over to Sounders. Sounders dropped it back, far corner, quick shot, far in. 13-10.
As a wing, you love those post goals. The sound of it, again, it's the sweetest sound in handball.
And the keeper's best friend, too, is that post.
It can go both ways.
It can. Goalkeeper's worst enemy, though, 5-hole. Willinga can attest to that. West Point with possession. Whistle, foul, top of the arc.
Speaking of 5 holes, funny story. Not sure if he is watching or not. JD Orr, famous handballer in the Ohio area. He says, if you want to score as many goals on me as possible, go for 5-hole.
And JD, hilarious follow on Twitter. I believe it's at @VConductOr, if I recall correctly.
I think you're right. I think you're right. I don't know the Twitter handle, but you know his humor.
I'll get that between now and Sunday. Quick goal scored by West Point there, 14-10.
Yeah.
Can't quite say latter stages of the first half yet, but we're getting there. Timeout called by, I believe it was Fargo-Moorhead.
Yes, I think you're right. So
let's go to the YouTube chat if we can. Killebrew. Aha! I was right. Killebrew from West Point, related to the Minnesota Twins.
Wow.
Harmon.
That is awesome. Again, me being a Minnesotan and being a Minnesota Twins fan, and that legend of the Minnesota Twins organization, that is really cool. Did not know that, but thank you, Ken, for bringing that to our attention.
And I just completed my 11th year working for the Minnesota Twins in production.
Oh.
My first major event as an employee of the ball club was actually Harmon's funeral.
Oh, it was. Yeah, I vividly remember that year. Yep.
And one of the things that Harmon preached was a signature that was clean and easy to read.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I know a lot of those twins on that team. He was like, "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" I think actually Michael Kadire has a really good story about that. That type of advice from Harmon Killebrew. So,
and Kadire was in the Hall of Fame ceremony for Justin Morneau about a week ago, but Thursday night, so 2 nights ago, wrapped up season 11 for yours truly as a Minnesota Twins team employee with a lot of lights in different ways. 8:28 to go in the first half. Fargo-Moorhead with possession, bar out on that shot that hit the pipe.
There's that sound again, but this time for the goalie.
Stays out, and can West Point capitalize? Quick shot, they do. Sheffield near side. Now, how do you play if you're Fargo-Moorhead down 5?
With West Point, it's tough because if you're aggressive, while they're inexperienced, to a term, because again, West Point, they practice more than any team in the USA, any club team in the USA. So while they don't have a lot of experience, they get those experience kind of like minutes more than anybody within a given week. I would say exactly like that. I would say a lot of cuts, a lot of crosses, crisp passing, and don't forget about your wings. I really do feel like, if they start to bunch up in there, if you go to the wing, they may not know exactly how to play defense on the wing.
Sheffield dragged to the ground.
Yeah, nice defense by Indy.
Will stay here.
Yep. It's a great defensive play by Indy just to grapple that up.
And a foul before the shot. Again, will stay here, and I believe they're pointing to the 7-meter spot.
Yep. May have been in the 6-meter crease, which is why it's a 7.
Sheffield to take the throw. 15-11 our score, taking down to the 6.5-minute mark. Goal scored by Sheffield, and West Point's lead out to 5.
I would think if you're down against West Point, you just don't want to turn the ball over because they'll turn it into a fast-paced goal. They'll turn it into money. So it's really just taking care of the ball. But again, I feel like the defense is playing pretty close of West Point, but again, they're playing that offensive 6-0. If you're exactly just like what Allen did there, cutting in, drawing some defenders, but you can't do that.
No, you've got to have more help if you want that to happen. Quick shot and a goal on the return play. 6 minutes to go in the half. Dish and Hedrick with you up top. And Gremlin free. 5:55.
I'm so glad we got that out.
Cables, as Walinga gave me the business earlier in the day. However, 17-11. Fargo-Moorhead, with possession as this one comes back to McCormick. McCormick goes over. Johnson with the shot was labeled over the net, but the save made by West Point. 5:22 to go, first half of play. And Colin Gray and company working this ahead for West Point. Gray goes over far side. Gray got it back. Sheffield down low. Sheffield got it back. Far side. Shot coming. Save made. Whistle before the shot. No goal.
Pivot was in the crease. Great save by Christian once again. It was a great cut by the West Point offensive player, but again, just got his arm in there, and again, nice save by Christian.
We've had a steady crowd all day, too. Some folks staying for this game as a player for Fargo-Moorhead by the name of Indy Alonzo. Goes down in a heap, and he came down on his right arm. But great crowds all day. I'll be interested to see what happens tomorrow, championship day.
From the games you've been watching, Dish, who would you say right now is probably the front runner?
From the games I've been watching, no stats out of play. I honestly would put I would go Cal Heat West Point 1-2.
Okay. So are you calling a championship game right there? Because, well, I mean,
could happen.
Yeah, and I guess it depends on the seedings. Because actually, West Point wins this game, they're 1. Cal Heat is already. So yeah, you're right. It could be a Cal Heat West Point final.
And they don't They don't need to play a semifinal to get there, do they?
Yes, they do. Yep. So there'll be a semifinal at 8, and then semifinal at 9:15 tomorrow.
1-4-2-3 in the semis, right?
Yeah. So basically, the top 2 teams of Group A and the top 2 teams of Group B will be moving on to the semifinals. So with Cal Heat clinching the top, they will go into the one semifinal with Milwaukee taking the second. They'll go into the other. So if West Point wins, what'll happen is they will go against Milwaukee.
Okay.
Cal Heat will go against Chicago.
And so what would be A1, B2, B1, A2.
Yes, that is precise.
That's where I'm headed.
Yeah, but again, I mean, 7-point game. It's still early.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, the Wolves, they got to stop turning it over though.
That.
The Wolves definitely do have.
Because you're going to get buried by Sheffield, I believe.
Yep.
And it's now an 8-goal game.
Yep.
And actually, let me correct myself. That was Will Middlebrooks.
We saw it against Chicago, and the Wolves definitely. You gotta stop doing that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna stop jinxing it right now.
Yeah. Because you're going to go and proving me right.
Oh, was in the crease. Okay, that's a good break for the Wolves right there. Yeah, they just got to take it one play at a time.
Yep.
One goal at a time. I think the pivot didn't realize it was not a goal.
And Minnesota had the same issue in the game you guys just played in the second half. You guys Minnesota got. I'm not going to say down too far, but the turnover there leading to a 2-on-1, quick shot and a goal. Minnesota got too far down briefly, and once the mountain became too hard or too heavy to climb, you couldn't really climb out of it.
Yeah, honestly, it was a couple of 2-minute penalties that we got in the end of the first half. That was the big thing. But again, just wasn't our game. We had good grit, but Cal Heat, again,
dude,
they just have the players. They have the synchronization of a team, and that is why they're one of the best clubs in the USA.
And the skill to support your point on the synchronization. 2-on-1 score, 21-11 now in favor of West Point as we enter the final minute of the first half already. 32 goals on the board. But we've done all day. We've done kind of an introduction to handball when things have been working properly, and over the course of the 5 games plus goals scored for Fargo Moorhead here, 21-12. What would you say is a concept that someone just starting handball as a player would first want to learn?
That's a great question. Concept, I would say something kind of like that. It's moving in space, but also nice goal again. See, and that's exactly what the Wolves need to do. That's exactly what they need to do. Even though West Point is fast and love to run fast breaks, you gotta do that as well, especially when you're down.
Final seconds of the half.
Just gonna let it roll.
Tick away, and at the end of one half, it is 21-13 in favor of West Point. We'll take a timeout and have the second half for you in a moment. You are watching the Team Minnesota Fall Classic on YouTube. Boom. not as much of a neophyte as I was this morning.
Yeah.
And Nate helped, both Nate and Michael and Walanga helped me recognize the six or the flat zones.
Yep.
One time down.
After the game, if there's a foul, when the half or the end of the game happens, then there's that. It's kind of like a
Okay.
Yeah. It's all good.
Academic. All right. No, yeah.
Sounds going well. We're getting comments. It's good.
Yeah. I'm gonna keep everything packed pretty much on the audio side.
Okay.
I'm probably only going to unpack my computer when I get home tonight. And then I'll keep the rosters here. Because I figure no one's going to be in here overnight.
No, there won't be anyone here.
So nothing's been established in terms of like fifth place or no. What game won't we have? We won't have a fifth place game, will we?
Yeah.
Okay. So we have a fifth place game, the two semifinals, third place game, and a championship game for 5. Okay. Because it's 11 games from what I saw this weekend.
Basically, the first two games is the next one will be the semifinals. Then it'll be a fifth place game, and a third place game.
Okay. Is the fifth place game is already established? Milwaukee and oh no.
Nope, us and
Okay. I told you Thursday night we had a problem with the lighting at Target Field, didn't I?
Really?
Okay.
No.
No? Okay. We had stadium lighting installed in 2017 to the configuration it is now with the strobe lights and the stadium lights brighter than they were when the ballpark opened. Bridge night, and so we turned the canopy lights above 300 section purple. And when they default after a home run, they default white because they flash red, white, blue.
Okay.
Twins colors.
Yeah.
Naturally. wait. Back at Kennedy Activity Center, final half of the day. 6 games over the course of your Saturday here at the Minnesota Fall Classic. Dish and Hedrick with you up top. And we're glad that you lifers who have been with us all day have stayed with us, gremlin or not. And don't know if we got to this in the at the end of the first half, but apparently we did get to it. West Point's Killebrew, and I've got to grab the name. Give me a moment. Sam Killebrew related to Harmon, as we touched on. Thoughts on the first half?
Well, I think biggest thing is, it's still a game. It's still a pretty close game, but West Point is just utilizing all of the turnovers and all of the opportunities and just making a goal out of it. The Wolves, they're doing their best to get back into this game, with the help of really good shots by their backs. Christian in goal is helping them stay in there. But again, West Point is just really showing that they're whenever they get a chance, they're utilizing it to its most. Yeah. So I don't know when we go into the second half. We'll be seeing what happens. But again, 21-13. Yes, it may seem like a big margin, but if the Wolves can keep possession, not get a turnover, and make sure that they bury those goals and then get a few stops, you might see this start going the other way. You may just, but it's going to take some time, and we'll basically see how it goes.
It's a if pigs were involved, it's a one possession game. If we were talking pro beach hockey in Huntington Beach, California, it's a 4 possession game. If you look for a 2-point shot outside the arc, pro beach hockey, of course, had the ramps behind the goals in those days, and our friend Michael King and I were plenty talking up pro beach hockey plenty in the games or the pair of games that we just did.
I'm not shocked with that.
Goaltender to goaltender, got to do what we got to do.
Yep.
Clock is not reset to 30. And the rear official notices it, so I think we'll do this over again. Fargo-Moorhead will have possession. That's a little bizarre. Now we're underway officially. And Fargo-Moorhead with possession to open the half. Over near side, that is Nails. And he goes over to Ackman.
Trying to drop into the pivot.
And
good defense by the Wolves.
Advance, but a Fargo-Moorhead defensive stop gives the Wolves possession. 30 seconds into the second half. Far side, whistle goes. Rear official notices something again. Halting play, but Fargo-Moorhead with possession. Sounders shot up, that's in.
Yep, that's a goal.
Right
quick. They got to fix that net.
Agreed.
Yeah.
21-14. It affected us in the Minnesota game on numerous occasions.
Yep.
Both nets actually have to be fixed because you see it near side here, the far side of that goal, as West Point handles possession midcourt. This goes to Sheffield, and it's dropped over. Sheffield blocked, whistle, halt to play, but Fargo-Moorhead will control. Brought ahead by Nails, and a quick shot from the top of the arc goes in for McCormick.
Very nice play.
On the ricochet, here comes West Point. White jerseys with the camo numbers. And pursued by Middlebrooks with this. It'll go far side as Middlebrooks comes back out of his position. Dropped over to Windish. Windish dropped it off, but Carter Aycock forgot the ball.
Interesting. I don't know what's going on there. Referee's calling for, someone being inside the crease, but I don't think anyone with the ball. It may have been too fast for me to see it. Again, it's tough when you're up at this angle.
27-25 left to go. I'm right there with you. That's why we're up here. That's why they're in blue.
Exactly.
Fargo-Moorhead with possession. Sounders with a shot, kick save, and a beauty made by Strom. Rebound and another kick save. And that's actually Knutson instead of Strom. Strom's more popular end this end. West Point with possession, far side. It'll go to Aycock, who gets bear hugged. Halting play with 26:50 to go, ticking downward. Here comes West Point. Brought back over by Middlebrooks and far side. Middlebrooks advancing, gets the ball here on cue. Morris. Middlebrooks dropped it over to Gray. Gray goes down in a heap.
2-minute. Yep.
No goal, 2-minute penalty.
Yep.
Coming off for Fargo-Moorhead is Nails, the pivot player, the listed pivot player. Hockey formation in overload coming for West Point leads to a goal, and it's 22-15. Now, Michael King made a great point about these 2-minute penalties. These are like 2-minute majors, and I'll see if you agree with this. 2-minute major, typically a 2-minute minor, expires on a goal. They don't in this case as a shot goes in. But a 2-minute penalty does not expire on a goal. And so think of it like a 2-minute major.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good way of saying it because, again, like, if a goal is scored, it keeps going. And that's for every single 2-minute that's given. There's never a minor. There's nothing like that. So, yeah, every time there's a 2-minute call, it's a 2-minute major.
And it doesn't end on a goal is our point that differentiates us from a 200 by 85-foot game on ice. Fargo-Moorhead with possession, far side. It'll go to Ekman. Whistle.
Good defense by Army. You try and go through the gap, and they grapple up. Again, there we go again.
There you go.
Yep.
Slowing the game down, too.
Yep. And this is not going to help the Wolves, but they have to get that pass out right away. That's a nice shot, though. And I mean, when you get those shots and you get those opportunities as well, take them, because that's only going to bring that lead down. 22-17. I'm telling you, Wolves are still in this.
Sounders with the goal there for Fargo-Moorhead. And West Point on the ricochet, down low. It'll go to Aycock. Quick shot and an answer.
Yeah, nice movement with the ball. Good cut by number 2. I believe, was that Aycock?
That was Gray for West Point.
Great. Yeah, great shot by Gray. I was a little shocked, number 7, the right wing did not take that, but again, I'm biased. I'm a wing. Oh, here we go.
Fast break time for West Point. Great back check from Fargo-Moorhead, and a great save by Strom. Bear hug halts play. Here comes Fargo-Moorhead across the timeline eventually. Sounders now, whistle, and two-minute penalty assessed against Fargo-Moorhead for a substitution.
Yeah, I mean,
Apparently a substitution violation.
It is, and I mean the Wolves are trying to contest it and argue against it, but honestly, when the table calls it and they see something, they call it and see something. There's nothing they can do about that. There's nothing. It's if it was by like inches or like I just saw one of the Wolves players was like, no, I went in this way, and it's like, yeah, I get that, but next time make sure that it's not inches away or anything like that. Table saw it. That's how it's going to go. It's hard to make them change their mind. Actually, it's pretty much improbable for them to change their mind.
Kind of like a fourth official on soccer.
A little bit.
Sounders harassed, quick shot, score.
That is exactly what the Wolves have to do. They need to cut, draw the defenders, and then dish it out, especially to the wings.
Gray gets it back near the pivot position, loose ball, and West Point forgot the ball.
Here we go.
Fargo Moorhead with possession.
It's going for Fargo right now. It's going really good for Fargo right now.
5-goal game.
Yeah, and they're trickling back. They're doing a great job.
Sounders works this over, gets it to McCormick. Sounders in the pivot position as it's worked far side. Drop down low over to, looked like Brandon McCormick. Dropped over to Chris McCormick. And the shot did not go.
Bounced out.
McCory with that shot. Fast break and a great save by Strom.
He got every piece of that.
Indeed, he did. Sounders with this for Fargo Moorhead. Goes over to Chris McCormick and he gets it back. Actually, that's Chris McCormick near side, 10 in black for Fargo Moorhead. Sounders, long shot, and it bounces in.
They were staying 6 flat. They were like, try and beat us, try and, do the plant shot or the, whatever. They did it. They better start stepping up because I can see that happening more and more, especially when Fargo knows that they have to keep scoring. They have to keep scoring to get back in this lead.
Fargo Moorhead now playing with a 6 flat as a quick shot, no. Shot doesn't count. Foul called before it.
Yeah, pivot. Maybe was pushing up against the player illegally.
And Fargo Moorhead will control. This goes towards Sounders. And a quick shot does not materialize as Oscar Nails had a call against him before the shot. West Point on the ricochet scores 24-19. 21-22, 1 and now 20 left to play in the ball game. The last of 6 and 5 more tomorrow. We'll have a new stream for you in the morning as Fargo Moorhead controls this. You'll see a day 2 stream upcoming on the Minnesota Team Handball YouTube page as this one goes into the corner. Foul call before the shot. And there's going to come a time, Josh, where time will not be on the side of the Fargo Moorhead Wolves. We're not there yet, but there will come a time.
They keep playing like this, and
fast break time for West Point. 2-on-1, shot and a goal.
That's some of the stuff we saw in the first half. Wolves have to nip that away, make sure it does not happen, because that's the way they're going to start getting themselves dug into a hole. Still 25-19, still game.
20 minutes left in it. Quick shot, quick goal, 25-20. West Point doesn't really need an answer. They're up 5. Would like an answer. Ball tipped on the way through. And we're under a hockey period in duration, 19:45 to go in the game. Corner for West Point as this one is worked back to Mark Miller. Miller gets it back near side. From the corner, to no West Point player in particular. Ball out of bounds. It'll go to Fargo-Moorhead. Wallenga bathing in ice by chance?
Probably. I know I'll be there in about an hour.
I don't disagree with you. I have been standing on one foot primarily all day. Loose ball. Quick shot and a goal. 25-21.
That's exactly it. Like Wolves, they're just chipping away.
Got to get one before you can think of 2, 3, and 4.
And it really does feel like the Wolves are just taking it one play at a time. They're not getting too ahead of themselves. They're not getting too pent up or anything like that. They're staying sound. That's exactly what they need to do.
And they're not playing too cute either.
Nope. That's exactly what they need to do.
West Point with possession. 18:40 to go in the game. Slowing play down. That one delivered by Mitchell. And it's up over the net.
Charge call. Right,
charging call, which leads to a Fargo-Moorhead possession. Up court they come. Sounders playing the pivot. That's that black line that you're seeing, 14 in black walk. The blue line would be the boundary. Kick, save, and a beauty as Sounders picks this one up.
Yeah, Moshe's got to take that ball.
Far side, foul called. Offensive foul, apparently, as West Point will control. 17:50 to go in the game. And a quick shot, upper 90. Goes in 26-21. Goal number 48 of the game. Sounders dribbles this one across the timeline, if you will. The blue tape is what you were looking for in terms of the boundary. Sounders with the black line as his line. Punched ahead. Fargo-Moorhead maintains possession. Ball knocked down. I guess we'll call that a save made.
There's a good defensive play by West Point. Way to be aware.
17 minutes to play in the game. I don't know if that would statistically go down as a save, but it'll count just the same. Quick shot and a score.
Yep.
27-21 West Point. Whistle, or no whistle. Coming across court is Sounders and company. Sounders works this one far side, gets it back at the pivot.
Wide open.
Sounders around two and a great save. What work from Sounders to get himself free and get the shot away, but an even better save by Spencer Knudsen. Quick shot on the ricochet off a foot. That should go to Fargo-Moorhead, and it does. 16-10 left to play. Second half. Sounders will eventually get it back here as Fargo-Moorhead with a Sounders actually with a nifty behind the back move. Whistle goes.
So that's one thing about refereeing is like Galen, who is on the back line right now, he's usually going to be watching for the fouls that's happening between the pivot and the defense. It looks like the female referee saw something and was like, nope, that was a foul, so made that call instead. And we got a 2-minute penalty here, number 15.
2-minute penalty going against Samuel Killebrew, the aforementioned relative to Harmon, who makes Minnesota Twins fans and employees alike proud. Quick shot there, goal scored, and it's 27-22 all of a sudden.
Yeah, great shot by Moshe. Just really took the angle and the gap space, I should say, that the West Point player gave him. West Point player really has to, again, Moshe, he is a left-hander, and he can jump, he can shoot, he knows how to put the ball there. Nice shot. They got to make sure they lock those wings down, because if they allow them to just score, this 6-point lead will diminish pretty quickly.
6-goal game, 14:50 to go. Sounders works this one far side. Sounders, bear hug. Whistle goes. And as a left-hander, if you're going towards left post, you're also shooting across your body like a right-hander would be if they're going far side.
Pretty much.
Not necessarily the best body position-wise, I wouldn't think.
No, it takes a lot of years of practice to get that down. It's a lot of body torquing and tilting and just getting down how you release the ball so that the goalie doesn't exactly know how you're going to shoot when you're shooting. That's one thing that they teach a lot in handball is the way that you shoot, where your wrist directs to make sure that the goalie can't exactly read where the ball is going.
Ball brought ahead by Fargo-Moorhead.
Oh.
That's Nails, who couldn't get a shot away that materialized into much. And now slowing things down are West Point. 29-23 our score. 13:35 to go in the second half. Dish and Hedrick with you up top. Glad you've stayed with us all day and all night.
Oh, nice. Oh.
Great work there for Fargo-Moorhead to keep the play alive, but a bear hug will stop play.
Yeah, West Point, the person that had a 2-minute came in, and he was in the right place at the right time.
Quick pass, short side shot, wouldn't go, whistle goes. Better to be in the right place at the right time as opposed to Dr. John, who was in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Yeah, exactly.
Old school because I'm an old fool, remember?
I'm all for it.
Brought ahead, though, by West Point. 12:40 left to play, second half. Classic Rock will always be a staple as a shot there up over the cage. I don't think that got deflected on the way in.
Oh, goalie ball. Bringing it in.
Goalie throw to Sounders.
Still a 6-point.
As he'll dribble it ahead. 6-goal game. Nails. Sounders. Now they work cross court. Sounders score. 29-24. And now West Point trying to slow things down. And here we go once more. Over far side to near. It'll go instead to Middlebrooks. And he's waiting to advance. Middlebrooks gets this near side. Middlebrooks goes to the pivot man. That pivot is Colin Gray. Stolen. Bear hug holding play. We're going to get to a point where time will not be on the side of the Wolves.
It's getting close there. It is very much getting close there, but Wolves just need to control the ball. They need to score.
Sounders threw it over to Nails. Sounders got it back. Shot and a goal. 4-goal game. $11 minutes and change left to play. This goes to Middlebrooks. And the cycle play working well for West Point. Shot goes up over the top. Little incidental contact.
Looks like we got a 7.
And a 7-meter throw, indeed. The physical play ramping up 2 as the shot's about to get whistled in. Off the pipe. And out of play, it'll go to Fargo-Moorhead.
That's what they need.
And especially...
Timeout West Point, timeout... Oh, I think it's timeout Wolves.
Timeout Fargo-Moorhead. And I'm thinking they're drawing up a play to get the goal on the return possession. Because after a defensive stop like that with a little help from my friend the pipe, the thinking would be, at least in the way I'm looking at it, is you'd want the offensive goal to take place to kind of make it a 2-goal turn. If that's the right turn of phrase?
Well, yeah. I mean, when they're coming out of the break, it's really got to capitalize on it because you score. It's a 3-point lead for West Point, and now you're starting to put the pressure on. But I think what they're doing is they're just giving everybody a breather, regrouping, and game planning as far as, okay, we're close to taking this lead. What exactly do we need to do? How do we need to situate it? And just game plan. Just get out there and make sure you take care of it.
10 and a half minutes to go in the second half. West Point up 29-25. Jeff Disher, Josh Hedrick with you upstairs at the Kennedy Activity Center. And we will be back tomorrow. Michael King may join us. In fact, he's been invited. Fargo Moorhead with possession, though. Nails got it over to Saunders, who threw it cross court. Saunders walking the line. Nails gets around one, shoots short side, and it wouldn't work. Separation.
It's like another 7. I think, yeah, Army not well positioned. And pretty much what happened is was in the crease while he played defense. Costly.
7-meter throw coming. Whistle. And missed it. Off the side of the iron. And
it looks like it went off of a West Point player.
So corner throw called.
Yep. Oh.
Brutal if you're Fargo Moorhead. Or actually, they give possession to Fargo Moorhead.
The rebound went off of a West Point player.
Saunders with the ball goes to Nails. Brutal if you're a West Point player is where I meant to go. As a player dragged down, that should be a 2 and a 7. 2-minute penalty on a 7-meter throw. You'd think. I'm right.
Yep, you are. 2 and a 7.
The throw will go to Chris McCormick. McCormick fakes, throws, save. Rebound, loose. And the pill loose in the crease.
So close. That could have been an absolute,
Game
fire.
changer.
That could be gasoline on the fire for the Wolves if they would have gotten that rebound. Moshe would have gotten that goal because West Point thinks that they saved it, and then all of a sudden, boom, that happens. But nope, no goal.
29-25, 8:48 to go. Save made Strom. Fast break time. And Nails just misconnected.
Okay, they got a 7.
Another 7-meter throw. Gasoline meet Saunders. And Saunders meets match. Score.
Okay, that's what they needed. 3-point game. Wolves are definitely feeling it right now.
Saunders is the charcoal on the grill instead of the straw that stirs the drink.
Yeah.
Charcoal on the grill.
Yep.
8 minutes to go. 29-26. Plenty of time now for Fargo Moorhead to work. Especially if you get breaks like that where the pass behind its intended recipient. Saunders. Goal here would be fire as a whistle goes. And a fast break opportunity for West Point. Off the iron!
Wow. West Point has had so many opportunities to get this game
out of hand.
Out of reach and out of hand, and they just haven't capitalized.
Saunders to Nails, now far corner. Nails back to Saunders. Saunders up top. He got through 2, but the foul called before the goal scored. And Fargo Moorhead maintains possession as we play on. Nails off a shoe. And here comes West Point on the break. Great back check, but it leads to a goal.
So you're looking at maybe a 2-minute you might look at. So the referees are going to discuss because 24. There was a clear path for the West Point player to score and go. It wasn't as aggressive. Now it wasn't as aggressive as absolutely hacking him or.
So 24 in black is who you're referencing.
Yep. And I mean, again, he wanted to try and prevent the score. They're giving a 7 meter. Okay, so basically what they're saying is 24 got in the way of a clear shot, and now they're giving the 7 meter to West Point.
No, save. Wow. Strom has blown our minds all day. Wow.
He definitely has entered a new level.
Agreed. Saunders works this ahead. Far side. Fargo Moorhead got the bear hug stoppage. They did. A lot of that. And Fargo Moorhead maintaining possession. 3-goal game. Late stoppage will stay here. As McCory controls this. McCory to Nares. Got it. Score. And it's actually Oscar Nails, listed pivot man, with the goal. Fargo Moorhead to within 2. Quick shot on the return. And it's now 30-27. Fargo Moorhead has the confidence in the offense to score, though. Saunders picks this one up. He can't get through 2. Nails just wide of the cage. 1 into 3 doesn't really go, as West Point will pick this one up and return fire. Mark Miller goes cross court. Miller dropped it off. Miller dropped it back to the pivot player, that being Gray. Miller. So Gray out on the pivot here. Gray dropped off, got it to Gray. 5:10 to play. Arm in the air for the official, shot and a goal. Passive play the call, 31-27 in favor of West Point. Now what do you do if you're Fargo Moorhead here to retaliate?
Keep doing what you're doing. I mean, just don't turn the ball over. But keep doing what you've been doing. Look for those wings.
Ball loose, out of bounds, will stay here.
See, that's lucky that it was a foul, but that fancy stuff, you're not going to beat West Point with that.
No.
There we go.
Bear hug,
Yep.
halt to play.
That's good. That's good.
Will stay here. Saunders picks this one up. Saunders, the pivot man for Fargo Moorhead. Loose, top of the arc. They're going to call it 2 and a 7. And I would for a wrestling takedown much like that one.
Yeah, pretty aggressive. The referees saw it. They called it.
Saunders to take the 7 meter. Need this one here.
Here's the thing. They got 2.
Off the iron.
They have 2 minutes. Down 1, West Point does. Wolves need to take this opportunity. That miss does not help.
No.
Really needed that goal.
31-27, 3:50 to go in the game. And a kick save and a beauty from Strom, leading to a West Point possession since he was last to touch it. Almost intercepted. Quick shot. Strom coming up huge. Loose in the corner. Where's it going? We'll stay here. West Point with possession on the corner. Back into play we go. 3:18 to go in the game. 31-27 West Point. West Point with a cycle play. Bear hug. Also play.
Great defense by the Wolves. Way to plug up that hole.
West Point with possession. 3 minutes to play. Bounce pass far side. Bear hug. Play continues.
Once again, great defense.
And you know what? Instead of a bear hug, you could call it a clinch if we're looking at it in boxing terms.
Yep. Absolutely.
Speaking of a clinch, wow.
Yeah. Good. I mean,
almost getting into a wrestling ring there. A circular wrestling ring.
Handball's a very physical sport.
That it is. 2:25 to go in the game. Quick shot up over the net. I'm not even going to ask you the question here because we know the answer already before I get the question out. Sounders plays a little give and go with Nails. Dropped over. Quick shot and a goal.
Okay. Now, that was 2 minutes. West Point is now full. That was only one goal. That is not what the Wolves needed. They needed at least 2, maybe 3. Wolves are hanging in there, but we could be looking at the end of this game and reflecting back on the misses that the Wolves had that could have changed the outcome.
Especially in the last 5 minutes here.
Still 140 left, so anything can happen.
Plenty of time. Need a defensive stop here if you are the Fargo-Moorhead Wolves. Clinch. Loose ball. Off the iron. Rebound. Score. 32-28.
Yeah, good rebound. It's going to be tough with 4 points coming back with that amount of time.
80 seconds to go, so a goal every 20 seconds. Whistle will hang here. Whistle goes, and I believe I saw a 2-minute penalty assessed against Fargo-Moorhead.
Yep. Margo, I mean, talk back to the ref. Sometimes that happens. Just telling you.
Usually you will not win that argument. I'm telling you. I've been there, done that on both ends. Nails to Sounders. His shot missed. Ooh. Batted forward by Mark Sounders. I didn't think you could do that because you're not establishing possession.
Well, I mean, if you jump in, you don't jump from within the crease and you punch it in, absolutely, it's a goal.
Okay.
It's happened many times in handball.
West Point establishing possession with a 4-goal lead, 42 seconds to go. Now time not on the side of the Wolves. And I think you're right, Josh. Quick shot and a goal. That's
the dagger.
Ice it. Agreed. And so, with the Wolves losing, they'll play Minnesota tomorrow in the 5th place game.
Yep.
And so we'll have the first two games of the day will be the semifinals to establish the 3rd and championship game matchups and participants. 9 seconds to go. So I'm guessing as a shot goes in there, Wallinga, Hedrick, and Dish up top tomorrow morning?
Should be.
Would be an honor.
Really just depends on how everything handles, but we'll try to.
We'll work it out. Game over, 33-28, and the result goes the point of West Point, the way of West Point. Final thoughts?
You know, again, I was talking about it not too long ago.
Yeah.
Wolves had a lot of opportunities to change this game and make it and change it. But you know what? Didn't happen, and now they're looking at the 5th place game later on. But hey, more games coming up tomorrow, and we'll definitely see what placements are happening.
Semifinals will be first at 8 and 9:15, as I understand it. And we'll see you at 8 a.m. tomorrow for semifinal or championship Sunday, I should say. But until then, for everybody that's been a part of this one, Jeff Disher signing off for now from the Kennedy Activity Center as West Point defeats Fargo-Moorhead 33-28. So long, everybody.